Oh, my thing's on. Okay, now's the time I actually want to unmute. I can't believe I actually forgot to mute my microphone as the stream was starting. Oh well, shit happens. A lot later than I am used to doing a stream. I kinda have some structure, don't really know exactly if I want to cover all the topics I have set out. So I changed the title. And I am also waiting on a friend, see if they're free enough to talk about the FurryCon. That's not going to be its own standalone video, it turns out. I will get into that later. I am also wondering, do I have some shorter reaction content I can start with? That'd be fun. No, that's probably going to be a long one. Not sure where I actually want to start off with, because I am definitely going to be talking about Toriyama this stream. Maybe I should just jump right into it. Stop procrastinating. That's what I have been best at so far. It is fucking lovely. Wow, I've been procrastinating my streams. I've got something I'm working on in the background, actually. Follow my Twitter, like, exclusively, you might know. I do hope that one picks up. Gotta arrange time to do this, to do scripting, because I'm working on a series in the background. That'll be announced more so. Like, I'll go into more details the closer we get to actually, completing it. I'm just wondering, where do I actually want to start this stream off with? Because I don't think... I think I have some... Wait. What's this video? 15 minutes? Oh, okay, I could watch a video about... Don't play, I said. Dinosaur video game called The Isle. I actually kind of liked it. That one half-hour video about Pippa, that'll be a bit. Hey, hero. Yeah, I guess I could watch a video about... What's it? The Isle. Waiting on Becca. Because Becca's going to be hopping on stream and we're going to be talking about the Furry Con. Should I just watch that dinosaur video game? Video? Oh, I just realized my pop filter wasn't placed correctly. Yeah, I kind of want to watch the dinosaur video. Start off with that. Well, I'm glad to hear your power's back. Let's see. How do I want to start off the dinosaur segment? That would be cool. A survival game where you start off as a recently hatched dinosaur, and then as you hunt or forage for whatever food you need, the longer you're able to stay alive, the bigger you get, the stronger you get, kind of thing. And it's like an open map. You're free to go wherever. There's no specific driven plot or anything. It's just survive. And well, that game does exist. It's called The Isle. I played it quite a few years ago. I actually kind of liked it, though it did definitely have its issues. It was an early access, I think, at the time I played it. But I also had a bunch of friends from work that I had played it with. That really helped me enjoy that game. Hey, Nessie. Like, there was actually one point where I got a T-Rex to adult, pretty much, because I managed to hide away from other players that were wanting to eat me, and excuse me, and found like some little AI and monsters. Anyways, oh, you had a good fun at your VR dance event? Glad to hear it. Anyways, there's a video that I came across my YouTube called "The Dinosaur Game People Hate to Play." So we are going to check that out. And yes, I did, Nessie. I haven't gone over that next video yet.
The Isle is a multiplayer open-world survival horror game that people hate to play. Okay, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start from the beginning.
I like it. That's because I have bad taste.
Okay, that already feels so much better. Anyway, like I was saying, wait a minute. Man, am I in the Cambrian? Okay, too far. Way too far. Let's run it forward, shall we?
Really selling me on this game right now.
If you were to open up Steam and head to the Isle's official page on the store right now, you would read that the main objective of the game is to hunt, grow, and survive. But is it really? Yes, of course, there is more to the game than just the basic loop, or lack thereof, as we'll soon discuss. But overall, is that really it? And if it is, why is this game one of the top performers in its genre? Why is its player base so willing to stick with it despite being so shallow?
At least for me, because you get to be a fucking dinosaur. It was actually really sweet to be able to have different calls to shout out. Like, you could bait predators. Like, if you're a predator, like a T-Rex, you could do like a faking an injured sound so that other people would hear that. Oh, it sounds like an injured T-Rex. Let's go finish them off. Oh, no, they're at full health. Now we're dinner. That kind of thing. That was a lot of fun, especially if you can get at least a couple friends together and just coordinate some good old dinosaur time. I really liked it.
We begin, this video is not responsible for any future headaches, feelings of nausea, feelings of frustration, doom posting on the Isle subreddit, or having a piece of your soul chipped away anytime someone, including myself, says the words soon. The Isle belongs to the group.
I accept these terms and conditions. Contract is sealed.
Some people refer to as the big three of the dinosaur survival genre, standing toe-to-toe with Beast of Bermuda and Path of Titans.
I've never heard of those other two. I'm going to be 100% clear with you guys.
While you play as a prehistoric creature in all three of these games, they all bring something different to the table. Now, this topic has been discussed before by many a YouTuber, such as the great X Zaguer. I'm sorry if I mispronounced that. So I won't be delving into those specific games. Instead, you can check out his video below if you're interested. I'll leave a link in the description. But for this video, I'd like to focus on just the Isle and why it remains one of the most important and impactful titles in its subgenre. What's this? It looks like we have some company. Allow me to answer the door. I wouldn't want to keep a guest waiting longer than necessary. That's right, bitch! It was a Lethal Company video the whole time!
I want my money back.
You've been led astray and are now aghast! I'm sure you've all heard of Lethal Company. And if you haven't, then hi, hello.
Welcome to the internet.
The game seemingly spawned overnight from the twisted mind of a single Roblox furry. I'm so serious. And, much like a SpongeBob character for literally no fucking reason,
I didn't know that about the developer. That fucking tracks.
Blew up. It was a comedic goldmine with clips of players being turned into 5-star voice actors popping up left and right all over YouTube and TikTok.
And then there was that mod that came out where you could actually use your VTuber in the game. It actually made me want to buy it and play the game, but now all the hype is gone. It's all into Helldivers 2, and I'm already feeling like we're at the tail end of the hype for Helldivers 2. That's sad. Man, I should play Power World again. That was fun.
Partly due to the game's proximity chat and walkie-talkies that serve to further immerse the player into the world by applying filters such as echo or reverb so their voices blend into the environment around them. No! You take these features and some of the most horrifying and creative monsters in recent memory. Yep, there he is. And they merged together to create an absolute masterpiece that had the internet in a complete chokehold. I need to stress, I went into this game completely blind. I avoided all spoilers like the plague for weeks before actually playing, and the result was some of the most vividly terrifying moments I've ever been subjected to. A jar of pickles. And if you've ever played it, then you know exactly what I'm talking about. The feeling that you get when you hear a distant thump growing ever so closer, the fear of seeing a pair of white eyes at the end of the hallway, the anticipation caused by the complete silence within the facility.
Fuck, this is totally unrelated, but like I hate horror games. This game would be perfect for a donathon for me. Oh my god, the content would be just French kiss.
Knowing something may jump out at you at any given moment. You put yourself in the position of a minimum wage employee sacrificing their life to satisfy their corporate overlords. It isn't like some horror movie where you're watching from a third-person perspective. You are not imagining yourself in a position of danger. You are in a position of danger.
Have a good night, Nessie.
There's a word for this, and I mentioned it briefly earlier. Immersion. And that is the point that I wanted to drive home. Also, I just really wanted to talk about Lethal Company.
Really? Couldn't tell.
The feeling of immersion plays a huge role in how much players enjoy a game, and for a survival title such as The Isle, the feeling of immersion is its entire foundation. It is what this specific title excels at when you compare it to its competitors. It makes you lose yourself within its world. At the risk of sounding like IGN, it really makes you feel like a dinosaur. Each playable boasts its own unique mechanics, such as Herrerasaurus's climbing or Ceratosaurus's septic bite and charged attack. Every dinosaur manages to feel different in their playstyle, supplemented by amazing animations, gorgeous textures, and top-notch sound design. The new map, Gateway, while still unfinished, is absolutely stunning, with several areas having a unique, distinguishable look and atmosphere while managing to not feel out of place. It isn't perfect by any means. There are still holes in the map that you can sometimes get stuck in for no reason, and some assets just look a little out of place sometimes. But it's an...
I mean, yeah, it's a small-ass indie game, but this is really making me miss it. I wish I knew more VTubers that wanted to play it.
Upgrade from any other map that we've had in the game's past. The game also possesses a decently complex diet system that adds an extra layer of depth, as some dinosaurs will only want to eat certain foods that will provide them with growth and stat buffs. So, in the face of all these positives, why do people hate to play this game? And more importantly, what happens when immersion goes too far?
I think the main thing that really stopped me from playing it was, well, the lack of other people to play it with, as well as it has, I'm gonna be real, very basic combat kind of thing. You have your bite, and that's about the depth of their combat, at least from what I remember. I guess I could be coming at this from like nostalgia goggles and hoping it gets better, but I haven't touched it in forever.
Put it simply, the community has faced countless frustrations caused by both the developers' poor decision-making and at the hands of fellow players. The Isle has been in development for a while. A long while. To give you a point of reference, I was in middle school when I first played this game. I am in college. And the game's developers have a checkered past, to say the least. From passive-aggressive responses when asked questions to blatantly ignoring player feedback in some cases, despite an entire channel being dedicated to such in the official Discord. The game's lead developer, Dondi, has an especially sour reputation among the dinosaur survival community. Now, before I begin, I'm not going to be going over any of the repeat offenses or legal issues that certain devs have faced in the past. There are plenty of other videos that discuss those topics in a much better and more knowledgeable way than I'm qualified to do so I won't.
Man.
Instead, I'd like to backtrack a couple of months, back to when Gateway was originally dropped. In November of 2023, the long-awaited map, Gateway, was officially released to the public branch of Evrima for every...
November 2023. I think I was playing it around, I want to say 2017, 2018? Just to give you a little more perspective of how long this game has been in development.
To enjoy after several weeks of stress testing. It was met with resounding approval from the community, as it included new human structures, recognizable landmarks, and two greatly anticipated mechanics, the weather and the migration system. These were some of the more major changes. There was plenty of minor things included as well. How could this update possibly have gone wrong? Well, alongside these new additions, the developers also changed something seemingly out of nowhere: the stamina system. In an effort to
What?
deter constant brawling and careless sprinting from one side of the map to the next, they dramatically increase the amount of time that it would take for your character to fully regenerate their stamina. It's important to note that some animals' entire playstyle revolves around stamina usage, such as Pteranodon's Flight and Omniraptor's Pounce. These changes effectively rendered them useless. And to make matters worse, the hunger and thirst drain values were not appropriately altered to fit the size of Gateway. You see,
Oh,
the map
nice.
is big, really big, and that means that finding food and water is not as easy, especially if you are unfamiliar with the layout.
Yeah, very often in this game, you would start off and then you die like 5 times before you could actually get a decent start. There was more than a handful of players that were also, looking for their current next meal because you got to keep feeding. And holy shit, if you nerf the stamina and then don't change the thirst and hunger meters to compensate, you're just going to be killing players left and right.
Couple this with stamina that requires sitting for 3 to 4 minutes at a time, and you get players dying from starvation and dehydration. These changes were met with
Hey.
intense criticism from the community, as players, including myself, were pretty happy with the stamina system that was already in place. And as a response, the developers doubled down, telling people to
What?
just conserve their stamina and be smarter about how they use it. And that's all fine and dandy. In fact, I completely agree with this sentiment. I 100% think that the game should be a little slower in the sense that people should conserve their stamina instead of just fighting the first thing they see, or running aimlessly from one side of the map to the next. Except, and obviously I can't speak for everybody, but I can safely say that most players were already conserving their stamina prior to this update. The reason that people were
I mean, yeah, I personally, when I was playing this, I didn't, because I played pre the stamina change by at least a few years, but yes, I would sprint somewhat to close distances faster, trying to get to like a watering hole or something. Hey, Joe Star, how you doing? But a lot of the time, I wanted to make sure I had at least a quarter stamina or something. Hey, Alexa, how you doing? Because, like, you never know when there's a T-Rex around the corner. You need to be able to at least get away.
running around in a dinosaur battle royale wasn't because of a lack of stamina conservation. It's because there's little else to do in the game besides that. They were merely addressing a symptom of the problem, not the cause. However, I will give credit where credit is due. The developers seem to be more than aware that there is very little to do in the game right now, and that they apparently are workshopping different systems to be able to spice things up a bit. And it's worth mentioning that the stamina system is not as bad as it was before. It's in a much better place right now that strikes a perfect balance between actually conserving stamina while also giving players the freedom to play like how they're
Okay.
supposed to. Is it perfect? No, I still feel that some of the rest
This game is called The Isle, and personally, I kind of like it. It's a dinosaur survival game. I played it, oh my god, like 6 years ago? Oh my god. I'm old.
times for the smaller dinosaurs especially are a little bit too long, but it is 100% better and in a more dynamic spot than it was prior. And despite the drama that this update caused, people continued to play the game. So all's well that ends well, right? The game is okay now? Next up on the chopping block was growth times. Evidently, they thought there was something wrong with this as well.
It took hours. Like so many hours of just surviving to go up to the next rank. If you want to hit like an adult T-Rex, I think it was 8 hours of like gameplay time. And if you die, you start all over. It's permadeath stuff. If they push it longer, I would be mad.
So, naturally, they decided to dramatically extend the time that it would take for a playable to reach adulthood.
I am mad.
To the point where it took almost, if not over an hour to grow two of the smallest creatures on the entire roster, Troodon and Baby Alsaurus. For full transparency, I need to clarify that these changes were being done on a public testing branch prior to being released officially to the game, but people, including myself, were still pretty fired up about it. This time, the change was done to encourage players to fulfill their preferred diets, yet another thing that mostly everybody was doing prior to any manipulation. And I'll go ahead and spoil what.
Alexa, in this game, you are a dinosaur. It's all about hunting, surviving, growing, trying to reach adulthood, and then becoming like the super bad of the server kind of thing. There's little else to do besides hunt and grow and survive.
What happens, people complained about these unnecessary and unwanted changes that, again, seemingly came out of nowhere. Do you see a pattern yet? Some of the major complaints lodged by the players was how ridiculous it seemed to have such a small, fragile animal take over an hour to grow to adulthood. And the reason that I think this is a valid complaint is because most of us have these little things called jobs and families to spend time with and democracy to fight for. So this topic feeds back into what I previously said about the game lacking a complete and fulfilling loop, but it also serves as a second example of piss poor decision making at the hands of some of these developers. And I want to emphasize the word some because there are members of the team who treat the community with respect and dignity and avoid any drama altogether. It would be unfair and disingenuous of me to lump them all under the same umbrella, as most of them are merely following what Dondi has to say. As
yeah, gotta keep in mind, people, that not all the developers are on board with what the public face does, kind of thing. Don't treat people like a monolith. Not everybody is the same. Like, that should be known, but the fact that this guy, what's his name? Kingfisher, the fact that Kingfisher and I are both bringing it up is... people are disappointing.
He is the lead developer of the team. Once again, I'll give props where it's due, and I'll acknowledge the fact that growth at this time is in a much better spot. The juvenile stage is much shorter with the proper diets, and the growth speed begins to taper off at around the sub-adult stage of life, which is quite accurate as many animals tend to grow up very quickly. And just like before, despite the unnecessary changes, people kept playing during this time. However, the straw that finally broke the gallon...
Am I talking about Tora tonight? Yeah, probably.
My missus back were the camera changes. As of recording this video, Dondi did a stream where he showed off a prototype system in which the currently third-person camera would be zoomed in on the character, in a sort of pseudo first-person perspective that would serve to, as they say, slip you into the skin of the dinosaurs. The idea is to essentially restrict the player's vision to a borderline unnecessary amount to further, I don't know, make the game more of a pain in the ass than it already is. Upon seeing
Personally, I would kind of like the first-person option available, but that's the keyword. Option. Hey, you two. Kitties are fighting. Gotham, you're asking for it. Leave Sushi alone.
these changes, people lost their minds. For days, the feedback channel was littered with pleas from players begging them to not implement this new system, as most people would actually like to see their dinosaur skins in animation while they play.
This is also completely fair. People should be allowed to make the choice. Do you want to play in third person or first person? Give people the option. At least Bethesda recognizes that one.
You know, because they're normal. This is a perfect example of immersion going too far, completely hindering the player's gameplay experience rather than adding something of substance. I need to stress, what Dondi showed off was merely a prototype. It is obviously not indicative of the final product in any way, rather it's the concept itself that people have a problem with. Because regardless of how important immersion may be, as we've already discussed, this is still a video game. And video games are supposed to be fun. Because most of the time, real life sucks. And it is even less fun for a wild animal that does nothing but run, eat, drink, and shit every single day of its life. I also just personally don't think it's worth it to exchange enjoyment over realism, and instead there is a balance that needs to be struck. Since the initial exhibition of this new system, the developers have done some damage control and reassured us that while some form of camera change is inevitable, it will be either a server option or simply walked backwards if they can't find a way to make it feel good.
No, it shouldn't be server option, it should be individual option of how you want the camera setup. Guys, come on. Please. Gotham.
However, there's one major thing that I couldn't help but notice during this drama, and it served as a stark reminder that the developers are not the only ones at fault for the toxicity in the community. Somehow, players began turning on each other for so much as discussing these changes. Discord moderators began banning people from the official ISLE server simply for voicing their opinion, citing misinformation as the main cause when there was no evidence of foul play. Meanwhile, the complete opposite was underway in the ISLE subreddit, as moderators were banning anybody who even suggested the ISLE may be a good game. And the worst part, in my opinion, were the people who were so—
That is fucking wild. Oh my... Man, do I still like the game? I don't know. It looks pretty cool.
unhappy with the game that they review bombed it on Steam, bringing the recent review status to mixed. This is not how a healthy community should behave, and we need to just do better. We aren't Neanderthals, and yet we continue to throw sticks and stones at each other. Everybody is entitled to their opinion, regardless of what it may be, and suppressing that is only going to add fuel to the fire, as we've already seen. Look, despite all the crap that we put up with as a community, most of the developers deserve some praise for what they have done. They have truly given us an experience like no other, and while I do not wish to target anyone in particular, I just want to leave the video off with this. To the developers, please listen to your players. I understand that some of us have terrible takes, but when 90% of the community is rallying behind a common ideal, it should be pretty obvious what the next step is. I understand.
Like, even if, like, let's say 90% of the audience is rallying behind something, even if you think they are wrong, hear them out at least. Please. Oh my god.
Understand that you have a vision for your game. However, you are making a video game for people to enjoy. Despite everything, we continue to play the ISLE because we believe that it is special. It provides us with a unique and immersive experience that we would be hard-pressed to find anywhere else. And I, for one, critique the game heavily because I want nothing more than to see it succeed. I'm sure most people who play this game wish for the same thing. I do not wish any ill will to anybody at Afterthought, regardless of the quality of their decisions, and I genuinely hope the future of the ISLE is much brighter than its past. If you made it till the end of the video, then thank you very much, and hey, we have our own Discord server now. We got the Fisher Gang, so if you want to join and come chill and discuss the game openly without the fear of being banned, I'll leave a link down in the comments. And if you want to take it a step further, feel free to join my Patreon. For only $2 a month, you'll be supporting me and my video creation endeavors, and I will personally give you a little smooch. Platonically, and a personal shout out at the end of each and every video from now until the sun explodes. If you do decide to pledge, then thank you. Your support seriously means more than you know. But
okay, yeah, this guy does seem pretty poggers. He is going on for a bit though. I liked his video. I think he's got some good shit to say. I think the ISLE, oh my god, I do personally like it. I just I think I'm gonna give it a go again, honestly. Like, especially if I can get some people together, see if they also want to play it. That would be a lot of fun. Oh yeah, I gotta arrange that one too. Anyways, yeah, the ISLE looks pretty poggers. I played it a while back. I want to play it again. I don't know when I will. I don't know if I'll stream it. We'll find out. See where the night goes. So what is that game exactly? Let me... The ISLE gameplay. Let's go with... Screw it, the top one. Thank you.
Bro, this is how I would look when I'm
Thank you.
Who it is. It could be a dodo. I'm not trusting it. And what I love about this game is it actually has a...
You're playing as the dinosaur in third person. You got your compass up top. You got the compass will point you towards water and food and stuff all like that. You got to pay attention to your survival needs and stuff. And it's PvP. There are like smaller, at least from what I remember, there are smaller prey AI dinosaur that keep popping up. That's largely what I sustained myself as a T-Rex all the way to adulthood. I found like a little watering hole that was pretty secluded. Nobody came by. I liked it. Ooh, thank you, Alexa. But yeah, it's a lot of this. It's so much running around drinking. Oh, he got injured here. Is it because he jumped or did he fight something? Oh, it's just a cut? Okay. Oh yeah, there's also like a night vision available. Or sort of thing where dinosaurs get turned white. Oh, there he's eating a boar or something like that. Hey, Gotham. Stop bothering sushi. But yeah, that's pretty much the aisle. I really like playing T-Rex, but they take a long time to whatchamahoo's reach adulthood. It's on Steam. If it sounds like something up your aisle, check it out. Why not? Yeah, I think that'll wrap up the aisle segment. Bing, bing bong. How you doing? Wow, my computer's lagging a bit. Nice. Love that. Gotham. Oh, he wants to play. Okay, I'm gonna go let Gotham out, and then I'm gonna see about bringing my friend on stream. Yes, Gotham is the name of one of my kitties. So what's the docket today? I don't know exactly how long I am going. I definitely want to do at least I definitely should talk about the Tora Karu stuff because well, he's deleting his Twitter in like 2 days, so pretty time sensitive. I also do really want to talk about Akira Toriyama because he had a huge impact on my life. Go wherever. Looks like next thing is talking about a furry con. Oh my god. Oh my god. How you doing? Oh wait. There, now it's on.
Hello.
Hey yo. Yeah,
Okay, hold on. Let me just mute your actual thing here. Okay, this works pretty good. I like this.
yeah, that Pretty good idea to mute the stream.
Can I hear you when you talk, or do I have to have your stream open?
You don't need my stream open.
Oh, I don't hear you on here.
You don't hear me on Discord?
Well, I can't hear you talking.
What?
No, I don't. Not at all.
Fuck. It sounds like you're responding to me directly. Oh, that'll do it.
I'm responding to your stream, which is a few things delayed, but I can't hear you coming from Discord at all.
You should be able to hear me now.
Oh, I can hear you now perfectly. That's fine. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, Discord set my audio devices to default again.
Oh, okay, it'll do that. But
I hate that.
Should I introduce myself, or do you want to introduce me?
Please introduce yourself to chat.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Becca Skunk. That's my furry name. I go by Becca online, or Batty Becca. I've been friends with Briley, very good friends for a couple years now. And yeah, we hang out a lot regularly, and I dragged her ass to a furry con.
Yeah, and we're going to go into detail about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll let you lead it. It's your show, but like it was definitely like a very it changed, I think, a lot of things for both of us.
I definitely think it changed more for you.
Well,
actually,
I mean,
like unironically, it was a weekend of character development that really helped.
Yeah, it was not filler.
Definitely not filler.
It wasn't a beach episode.
Is Briley a furry now? No, I'm a monster fucker, and I'm gonna take that cope to my grave.
Yeah, I'm sorry, monster fuckers are furry lovers, so just deal with it. You kimono fucker.
I don't have a persona.
Yet.
There's a slight echo. Do you have headphones on?
I do. There shouldn't be an echo coming from that though. Hold on, I'll just turn it down on my headphones so there's no way it could echo. There we go. There should be no way it should echo.
It's like me echoing, but where is it coming from? I don't quite hear it now. Okay, it sounds like a subcategory of furry. Yeah, I know.
No, I mean, honestly, I do, I actually brought in 4 friends who were, if not furry, at least furry ancillary. Because Masha had, been working on making some partial fursuits. Jenna has a fursona. And then you and Cash just know me.
Yeah. Oh my god.
But I figured it would be a good vibe.
My girlfriend had one question about the nights. Do you want to guess what it was? When I had told her about the general exploits of what we did, the drug-fueled orgies, she only had one question. Can you guess what that question is? Did you fuck her fursuit? Yeah. It was.
I knew it.
Everyone just on or off.
People just assume. Okay, so I am not saying furries don't fuck in fursuits, but it is more like a special thing than the rule because generally you don't want to get jizz on your $2,500 fursuit.
Yeah, it's really hard to get that stain and smell.
They actually they make lower quality fursuits called mersuits, and those will be the ones where you can be hanging dong out of it and actually get fucked in it or fuck while wearing it.
Yeah, that's the one you take the big whiff in.
Yeah. Well, that's also the ones where people will tend to wear partials, just a head and maybe arm things and claws or whatever.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because then the rest of the body is free to be groped and felt up and such.
And it's easy enough to keep those spots clean.
And I'll say mersuit as an M-U-R-R, so myrrh. Sorry, I'm watching your chat, so I'm trying to answer as I see stuff.
Chat's pretty fun.
Yeah, well, I've got it live, so at least I'm not going to be delayed. But yeah, so the first night, Briley wasn't there.
Whoa! You almost doxed me and called me Brittany. Oh my god!
That's
such a big tattoo.
You just played yourself.
Tattoo in the VTuber community.
Anyways. So the first night, Briley wasn't there because they were just going to come for the one day, because it was a big thing. So they Friday night I was at a private party where I met some people who I thought would be very good for the next day's party. I'm not sure how explicit you want me to be on here. Like I'm not sure, but
As long as we don't get too descriptive of any acts or
okay,
anything.
yeah. But I kissed a lot of girls, is what I'll say.
Yes.
So,
Kissing
anyways, the
and
next
hand holding.
there was hey, shut up. There was not any hand holding. This is like not that kind of stream. Don't shut us down. But
Hand
for
holding in my
real,
Christian stream.
but for real, that was the first night. I actually, did some drugs as well. I won't discuss the specifics on your stream, but I basically made a whole bunch of like new friends and people I got good vibes from. So when you came to the con, after you had your exploits, because here's the thing, I take Briley to a furry con, and like wanders off and fucks some boy like within like a couple hours of being
don't
there.
misgender
What?
them. They're non-binary, they, them.
Oh, sorry. They them. They wander off and fuck some person.
I got some they, them throat.
You got some say them throat and you didn't even have to try. You just happened to be at the same con. Meanwhile, I pulled like every hot girl at the con into our room party that night.
Yeah,
But,
like
anyways,
there
a
was an
bunch of pretty hot
open
girls.
party, but
We didn't. I didn't trust an open party. Like I don't want to go and just have random like cis boys like touch me when I can just have a room full of fucking genderqueer and like hot people.
that is
That's
fair.
private, and that's why that night was so cool, and that's why like a cute Esther Genby came in and like gave me the most intense fucking deep tissue massage of my entire life.
I still love that term, estrogenby.
Like it describes them exactly though. Like AMAB with estrogen, but it's still kind of non-binary and not identifying fully as female.
Yeah, just somewhere in that gender queer umbrella.
But like I pulled. That was like I had like 4 or 5 people show up just because I invited them, and I got to make out with like every single person at the party.
Yeah, I think you had said you asked 6 people to make out and made out with 10.
Yeah, because some people asked to make out with me.
Yeah, that's something people don't really consider. You can just be direct and say, hey, you want to make out?
Yeah, and some people apparently will see me and say yes. So that was pretty cool. But like the furrycon was basically like me getting completely affirmed in that
How
like
become
hey,
popular?
how become popular? Apparently go to a furrycon and just like hit on people.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The odds were against you too because there's so many like mask preferring furries, so to speak.
Yeah, and there was also a lot of absolute. When you say masks, we're not talking about like big fox heads. We're talking about masculine people. So here I am, this very very femme person. Actually ended up like pulling a whole bunch of like other like trans girls and NBs and a few guys. Apparently, I can pull boys as well.
Well, to be fair, pulling the guys is the easy part. It's getting
Pulling
them
the
to
guys
finish.
is not easy. Yeah, but I mean, damn. There was so many people wanted me, and I'm definitely going to every furrycon in town after this.
I am a little mad that I didn't think ahead of time to get like a press badge to be able to do the interviews I wanted to do.
Well,
But
now
I
you
mean,
have a
there's
better
always
idea of the
another
vibe,
con
too.
around the corner.
You should do that for Halloween because it's much smaller and you'd probably be a lot easier to get on the spot interviews.
Yeah, and I actually have
start
time
applying for your
ahead of
media
time
badge
to like
now.
I have time now to reach out to them and be like, hey, I'm a YouTube channel and I want to interview random con goers. Don't
Yeah, that
worry,
should be-
I'm only going to get political and ask how they feel about Palestine. Unironically, that was going to be one of the questions.
I mean, that's like you can understand why furcons have a very like tight media policy because there's been so many hit pieces, and also like there's a lot of people being very kinky in public, and they might not necessarily want that to be publicized.
Yeah, and nobody really likes an Ian Miles Chong.
Yeah, can I tell your audience the 2 shirts that I wore at that con?
Yeah.
Okay, so after 9:30 p.m., all con space essentially becomes 18 plus. so they expect like only adults will be there. So I wore a shirt on the first night that said, "Don't bully me, I'll come," and that got me quite a bit of action actually. And then on the second night, I wore a shirt that said, "This body is a machine that turns dicks into sucked dicks." And I just wore that around.
And how
like,
true
I've
that
never,
shirt was.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god.
I need to. I definitely want to suck more dicks at the next con, though.
Well, I mean
not that
that's
I
part
didn't
of
suck
why
enough.
people go to cons.
It's not that I didn't suck a lot. It's just I want to suck more.
You got a record to break.
Well, yeah. I mean, my record as of now is 6, which is not like, a small amount of dicks, but I could do better than 6.
You just got to put your mind to it.
I just have to maybe like find some masked people who are like, maybe they're not into like femme people, but maybe they're willing to try messing with a trans girl to see what it's like. I can respect that.
Yeah, there's plenty of bi-curious people out there.
Yeah, and maybe if I'm lucky, I can crack an egg.
I said this during
one day.
I said this during when Finster had come out, but I don't think people should be trying to crack the eggs. I think you should let them hatch.
Here, I agree that should be a prime directive. But if you're at a con and you're already pulling some eggy boy, it's totally fine to suck his dick and then tell him, "Hey, have you tried estrogen?"
Have you considered the following? I've got no issue with blowing somebody and then being after
true Lord and Savior, Esther Dial?
You sounded really feminine there. I think it would be a good look for you. Try it out. I think that is definitely different than saying "Oh, you're trans."
Oh, you're trans. You just don't know it yet. I'm just like, "Hey, this is a nice dick, but I bet it would be a nicer girl dick."
Dual form.
I mean, that's basically Cassidy.
Yeah, that's true.
And they don't even fucking do HRT. Fucking fuck.
I know, right?
And they're pulling everybody. Cassidy shakes fist. It's okay though, for real. I just I found out everyone kind of thinks I'm hot, so I'm gonna keep going with that. But yeah, I mean, the furry con is basically. Oh
yeah.
I would 37 dicks in a row would be a good night.
I know, right?
I think people underestimate how much I like to suck dick, and you've seen this, so I mean, I'm not even just fucking bragging about nothing.
I've seen this.
I'm
the reason you're so good.
Dick. Well, I mean, you're definitely among the most practice I've gotten.
This is true. Friends help each other practice their craft.
And I mean, I could go the gluck gluck gluck, and you're talking about Clerks. Clerks
I was
is the
thinking
movie you're thinking of.
Clerks or Clerks 2. It sounds like it's.
It was definitely Clerks 1. It was Clerks 1.
1? Oh, okay.
For sure, because that was my favorite part of the movie. Clerks 1 is when they talk about the contractors on the Death Star being innocent victims, when really you knew you were making a death weapon for the Empire.
Yeah, you knew what you were doing.
You knew what you were getting into. You knew you were working for gangsters. There's
I
a risk
didn't know they were making these gas chambers. I'm done with that joke.
It's called the Death Star. I mean, you're not making the Happy Star.
Sakes.
Well, yeah, let's just go right to the Holocaust, fucking Briley.
That's what I do.
We're just trying to have a good vibe here. And you're Schindler's listing up the whole fucking conversation.
The Empire is so fucking fascist.
I mean, they're obviously stand-ins for the Jews, but more like the fascist Italians. But I mean, let's talk about the con vibe, because that was a vibe, because it was basically a lot of very neurodivergent people, a lot of very nerdy neurodivergent people who are queer and horny and have a place that they can explore that without there being any judgment. Like that's why furry cons are so important, I think. Hello, I've lost you.
I'm still here.
Okay.
Yeah, overall, from what I remember of the con vibe itself, a lot of my time at the con was spent in hotel rooms.
Well, I mean, but like that's also the vibe of the con. Like next time, we're definitely gonna go check out the party floor a bit more. We're gonna find some parties. We're gonna flirt. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna get a little like, inebriated on one substance or another. You know, I can handle my drugs pretty well now.
I do.
Oh, so like you of course remember Dog Zone, right?
Yes.
That cute little blonde estrogen bee that I've been talking about. They like are getting. They said they're catching feels for me a bit, and they can cross the border as they wish. So like, they might be coming up to visit now and again, and I'm like, oh my god, I pulled somebody that hot. I'm in awe.
The things
of, like,
you can do when
situation.
you actually have a bit of confidence.
Just a little bit of I
it's
just pushed
wild.
past, and it wasn't anything I like wouldn't have done. It's stuff I wanted to do, but would have been too anxious to do. But I was a fucking rock star. I don't know. You know, we should get your fucking your like audience to ask questions.
I mean, yeah. If you guys got any other questions about what went down at the furry con,
yeah, there was like 3 orgies and 3 nights. The first orgy, it was a private party.
2.
Yeah, you were at 2 of them. The first party was a private one for trans and GQ people only. And then the second night, I threw an orgy, and that was the one where, of course, Briley was at. And then we also we did Molly that night, so we had like a pretty intense roll, as I recall. As in, I don't recall the whole night.
I also don't recall if we're allowed to talk about that one on YouTube.
Well, you know, I think we can talk about use, but that's about it.
Stay in school, don't do drugs.
Yeah, I won't talk about it anymore until you clarify roles.
I honestly don't even know.
We said orgy. We had 3 or I had 3 consecutive orgies and 3 consecutive nights, and Briley had 2. And then I got to sleep with Cassidy that whole night, and like, here's the thing. Like, I know I'm actually backing off Cassidy, like, relationship wise for a bit, but I'm gonna like be such a horn dog about it.
Oh, I can only imagine.
And I'm like, because I still get to play with them, so it's not like I hands off. I'm just gonna be really horny about them because like I don't have to worry about relationship stuff right now.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Oh, so that's the thing. Like furries, all those like shy nerds, when you put them in private, get like fill them with alcohol, and then let them loose on each other. They fuck. Furries fucking fuck.
Oh yeah, that's why you go to like a furry con or an anime con. It's to meet other people and fuck.
There's cons where it's not like that. Where the much more of like we're going to panels and maybe we'll go to like play some video games in a friend's room.
There are
and
definitely
meet blah,
some
blah, blah.
times where it's more atmospheric.
Like
we're just there to meet up with our friends.
Yeah. But Vancouver and Halloween in particular are party cons. So it's all about a bunch of queer people doing drugs and fucking each other, which is why I'm very glad I have a standing STI order now.
Yeah, I gotta get that one.
You do have to get that done soon, because guess what? We're having another orgy soon. Briley's audience.
And you're invited. No.
Well, I better be fucking invited.
That was a joke.
Oh, you mean
that
they're
was
invited?
Broadly to everybody listening.
STI means sexually transmitted infection, so I'm getting tested to make sure after kissing and holding all those hands that I didn't get something nasty.
Yeah, it's pretty much the woke version of STDs.
Yeah, sexually transmitted infections, not disease, because like not everything's a disease. Sometimes
actually
it's just an
infections.
But I mean, that's the kind of thing. You get a test before the con, find other people who got tested before the con, play with them, and then get tested anyways.
Yeah,
it's called being a responsible and ethical slut.
Don't mind me,
And,
just
like,
dialing my doctor.
I hope it's not this.
Kid, I don't
maybe
have
not
one.
this next con, but maybe the next con. I'll actually have tits for people to play with too. So I'm on a list for so many surgeries right now.
I'm still waiting on my fucking top surgery.
Yeah, it's about 2-year wait from that to, but then it's only like a couple weeks after that.
I am on year 2.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, I'm getting ready for that wait too. I'm just doing a bunch of stuff in the meantime. But yeah, like there's people talking in your chat, and they should ask questions about like what happens at a furry con, like what.
Well,
were
we
the
just
people
explained
like?
it. You
Yeah,
have
but
orgies.
I mean, like, but there's also like an entire floor of room parties happening 2 nights in a row.
There was. Oh yeah, there was definitely like that party floor. There was also like dances and stuff, but I didn't go to that.
Like,
I was
until 2 a.m.
That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Can't ask about that. You can ask whatever you want. I'm an open book.
Or ask me whatever too. I'm a guest. You can ask the guest questions.
Yeah, like prodding personal questions.
Yeah, this is Becca Skunk. You can ask questions. What is the weirdest thing I've heard happen, or my personal experience?
Let's go with your personal experience first.
My personal experience.
Can't bring yourself to ask.
I guess it would be doing drugs at the rainforest in 2015, and like basically like I didn't have shorts at the con, so I ended up just swimming in my underwear. And then we wanted to get something, so we like walked over to 7-Eleven. Like I was just dripping wet in my underwear, on a leash. So that was probably the most weirdest personal experience. The weirdest experience I've heard of was somebody who like got some mushrooms and just went insane and jumped in the pool loudly. I was at Rainforest 2014. I was not at Rainforest 2015 where everything kind of died. I was at the year before the con exploded.
Oh.
Yeah, I wasn't at the Rainforest the year it did explode, but that was the first time I had done like heavy drugs at a convention. And they were like, Rainforest was basically like a party con that was like basically ripping the hotel apart year by year.
Yeah, that one got a little out of hand.
It got out of hand.
There have been
down.
like a YouTube video or two about it.
A
lot of trustworthy sources talking about that one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the biggest problem was just people who were just like neurodivergent people who had absolutely no respect for the venue because they were just trying to like be as wild as they could because they could.
Yeah, people just wild and not wanting to realize or to remember, hey, you're adults. There's consequences to your actions.
Yeah, I mean, there should have been arrests. There was like several ODs in 2015.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, there's no ODs at our con. There was a lot of drugs, but no ODs.
God, wasn't there blood graffiti though?
Yeah, somebody cut themselves and wrote on a wall with the blood. That was nasty.
I didn't see it or any pictures of it, but
I heard about it.
Yeah, we heard about it. I hope that person's okay.
Yeah, for real. I mean, presumably they were the one doing the writing.
I was about to say hopefully, but is that the right word for the term? I've
never arranged a con, but I've definitely worked at a con. I've been a head of gaming at a few My Little Pony cons, but those were much less crazy.
I did some volunteer work at anime cons before. Yeah, because I couldn't afford the badge.
Next year at Vancouver, if we work at least 8 hours throughout the convention, we get in the next year's convention for free.
Oh, that's how they're doing it? Nice.
Yeah, that's how they've always done it. So, I mean, like, even this Halloween, you might want to do a little bit of volunteering just to, like, start getting your, like, infinite rotation free cons.
And we'll see.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, usually it's just, like, sitting in a door and checking badges or, like, you know, watching a room. It's usually something like that.
Yeah. When I had done volunteer work for anime cons, a lot of it was, okay, here's the DVDs of the 2 panels you're going to be playing. That's what introduced me to, what was that called? Battle Angel or something? It was the
Battle Angel Alita? Yeah.
The fighting doll anime?
Yeah.
That one was fun.
Like There's a live action movie that wasn't terrible. It's called
What?
Battle Angel. And they actually they took an actual live actress and then they made her eyes larger, so it kind of looked like her style.
Does anything crazy happen at the anime cons you've been to? The craziest story I can really think of is there used to be yaoi paddles, but people got to...
Oh, until somebody busted their ass with one.
Yep. There also used to be glomping, but there was one specific Armstrong cosplayer from, Full Metal Alchemist. Like, huge ripped dude. And glomping is a tackle hug. So what happens when a ripped dude tackle hugs a kid? You don't get a glomp anymore. That's what happens.
You get a dead kid.
I'm pretty sure that kid was okay, but the freak out was enough for cons to be like, yeah, we're not allowing that anymore unless you guys have explicit consent.
Yeah, but at the next convention, I think I would like to go to a few panels with you, and then
those are wild.
And then just hang out at different parties and actually walk around a bit more, because it'll be much smaller and easier to do.
Yeah, that makes sense. Plus, we were pretty zooted out of our minds.
Yeah,
that was fun though.
It was super fun. It was safe. I felt safe the whole time. We had safe people with us. That's why I always get a room.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Okay. Well, this is really fun talking. I want to be on again. So if you ever just have something you want to talk with me or bring me on for sure. I have this cute little avatar that goes dark and light, and I love it.
Yeah, and it's just auto setup. You don't even need to worry about doing anything. It just uses your Discord profile.
Cool. Okay, well, it was nice talking to the chat, and it was nice being on your show finally. I really need to be on again.
We will find something to talk about in the future sooner or later. Nice having a chat. Talk to you again.
Yeah, talk to you soon, and goodbye, all of Briley's viewers. I will try to talk to you again soon. Bye.
She had to get running. That was nice. But yeah, there wasn't a I mean, I don't remember a whole lot of going to panels. There were some panels that did catch my interest, but we didn't end up going. There was a Monster Smasher Pass. Oh, there was a a fursuit maid cafe. I forgot to ask Becca about that one. Who knows? Maybe it's a topic for a future video, future conversation. Who knows? We will find stuff to talk about. Anyways, yeah, that's my experience with furries. It's pretty fun, all things considered. Okay, that segment is done. And no, I have not talked about the Torakaru situation just yet. And I did see that he's deleted his account. Good thing I already saved his fucking document, made my own copy. And I have the tab still open. He can't delete what's still open in my RAM. Haha, fucker. The best part is she's a stoner furry friend, so we smoke weed a lot and just... Oh my god, we shoot the shit so much, especially when we get our other friend Cassidy into the mix, the three of us. Oh, we can have conversations that go from topic to topic to topic and then circle back to the first topic and just keep going. Oh my god. You should screen cap his stuff before he deletes it. Oh, I have the tabs open right now. I'm about to go through his shit, so... He's deleted his Twitter. You can't pull these back up, but I already had them open, so sucks to suck, Tora. Oh god, should I get into that one next? Because I found some wild stuff, and oh, it's going to be going into a while. God, do I want to get into the racism segment? I'm definitely talking about Akira Toriyama before I end stream. But to it, I kind of want to talk about the Aiden Ross, Andrew Tate stuff. That'll be fun. That was so funny. That one won't be long, so we'll go over it. Hey guys, you ever wonder what would happen hypothetically if you're awaiting trial in a country and then you text quote unquote friend saying, hey, I'm planning on leaving the country soon, and then they happen to somehow leak that to the public, and then the person who sent the text gets arrested. Oh my god, it was so funny. Oh my god, this was so funny. From Aiden Updates, an Aiden Ross fan account, the lawyer representing Andrew Tate claims his text message that this text messaged Aiden Ross shared on stream got him arrested. Very, very, very funny. Play it.
Andrew had hit me up. He said, hey, I'm going to be leaving Romania soon and probably never coming back. If you want to come over and do a week of long streams and content before I leave, I think it'll be big. And I'm sorry, he said it's basically now or never. So, and this is just, I told you guys this year, it's a week of content, right? And again, guys, it might be the last time we ever do this.
He doesn't
realize. It's kind of like we got to take advantage of it now because, hey, bro, it's basically like, yeah, it's like that. And then.
Okay, and the clip ends. It is so funny. He didn't realize what he was doing when he was reading that out. How do I know? This is how I know.
Really, really fucked up. And Andrew Tate's team confirmed that I fucked up. And Tate told me, right? I fucked up. And thank God he did not get put back in there because I would have felt really guilty. Tate.
Aiden is literally a Saturday morning cartoon henchman. Unironically, yeah. Like, Andrew Tate, the dude awaiting trial for sex trafficking, is like, I'm gonna leave this country I'm getting charged in. I'm gonna tell my friend. My friend's gonna talk about it on stream to promote it. Oh wait, he included the part about escaping the country he's awaiting trial in. Oh, it led to him getting arrested again. This is so funny.
Dad spoke to me and he said, dude, just come to Romania. I want to give my people and your people what they want to see. Let's do some content. You're okay, and I forgive you. Because I apologize. I felt really fucking bad, bro. Like, really bad.
This is so funny. Have you seen that clip of Destiny tricking Aiden Ross into thinking Hitler wrote about OnlyFans in Mein Kampf 2? No, please link that to me.
And I really, really feel bad about that, and I'm sorry. I honestly did not mean for that to happen. My motive and my reason speaking about location was because I didn't want to.
But that go to Romania thing is strange. Oh, like, from what I understand, Tate's like, oh, let's do a week of content out there. It'll be really big, get a bunch of attention, whatnot. And they just fucked up. H3 subreddit had that exact clip. I don't use Reddit very much, to be honest.
I get swatted. So I basically, which was really stupid, really fucked.
Wait, did you frame that as getting swatted?
Was because I didn't want to get swatted. So I basically, which was what? Speaking about location, was because I didn't want really bad. And I really, really feel bad about that, and I'm sorry. I honestly did not mean for that to happen. My motive and my reason speaking about location was because I didn't want to get swatted. So I.
Wait, the reason he said he was going to Romania Was that he didn't want to get swatted? Like, he's trying to be open and about this shit, and then gets Andrew Tate swatted and arrested. Well, not swatted, like arrested, legitimately arrested. Because if you're awaiting trial and you try to flee the country, it don't work out. Oh my god, that's just so funny. There's not a lot to it. Oh my god. Sometimes I wish you weren't famous. I really wish I could be with my son. Aiden Ross got emotional after receiving a text message from his mom. Is his mom expressing disappointment?
I literally, my mom cried today, bro. She literally texted me. I actually literally almost cried. My mom literally said, sometimes I wish you weren't famous. I really wish I could just be with my son. Bro, I might cry right now on God. She said, I wish you were unknown so you could be all mine again. I felt so bad on God, bro.
This is over him getting Tate arrested. Oh, this is so funny. Oh my god. And this isn't even talking about the time that Aiden Ross stared at his... What's it? Like, it wasn't even one of the times that Aiden Ross's chat tricked him into staring at a nude picture of his sister. Dude lingered on it for like 8 seconds, I think. Okay, so Destiny, I've heard of this guy. He talks on YouTube. Wait, no. Was it YouTube or did he get banned on YouTube? I'm pretty sure he was banned on Twitch. Good thing I'm not on Twitch.
Hates a lot of people, and you know that's one thing I definitely I will always say.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Hitler said motivational things too, but I mean, I don't know what the point of that is. Like, the overall takeaway from Andrew Tate is that he's a scam artist, a sex trafficker, and a guy that's built his entire life on, now that he's fucking Muslim, he's built his whole life on haram shit, like gambling and selling sex and scamming men. And like, he's like really open about all of it. I don't know why I would ever look up to this guy as a role model.
He's the GOAT!
GOAT of what? Sex trafficking?
Motherfucker, he has 30 cars, houses, women, yachts. He's lit.
He has 30 women? Oh shit, did I mute? Motherfucker.
Sex and scamming men. And like, he's like really open about all of it. I don't know why I would ever look up to this guy as a role model.
He's the GOAT!
GOAT of what?
Bro.
Sex trafficking?
Motherfucker, he has 30 cars, houses, women, yachts. He's lit. Don't say anymore. Don't say not anymore. Don't do that. Destiny, do not say that. What's your fucking
he might
Destiny, Stephen Kenneth Bonnell the second.
Listen,
Stop.
he got a lot through all of his criminal enterprises. That's true. I think that police lady is the one who technically had legal ownership. But listen, Hitler probably had a lot of cars too. I'm sure he had the whole German army.
No, Hitler was not a good guy, bro. He killed Jews.
Wait, did Hitler say anything you would have agreed with? You think?
Okay, I see what you're doing here now. To be honest, if he ever said something like, I mean, it's different, bro. You're comparing Hitler to Tate. Come on.
Yep.
Well, it was interesting because I think there's a quote from Hitler saying OnlyFans is the second Holocaust, and he said that before he even did the first one. So I'm sure you'd agree with that at least, right?
Wait, Hitler said OnlyFans is the Holocaust?
The second Holocaust.
My God.
How did Hitler know? How did Hitler know?
Yeah, I know. That's crazy, huh? Just because Hitler might have said a couple good things doesn't mean that Hitler's a good guy, right? Same thing with same thing with Andrew Tate. I'm sure that Andrew Tate has said so.
Oh my god, this is so good. I know some of you don't get what's happening, but the guy that just got Andrew Tate arrested thinks Hitler talked about OnlyFans. He can't be real. How is he this? How does he not forget how to breathe? Oh my god.
Good things. He has a listener who says good things, but overall he's like a scam artist. I don't think he's a good guy.
Okay, show me where he said something about Hitler said OnlyFans is going to be the second Holocaust. Please show me where he said that.
It was in the second version of Mein Kampf, but I think that ISIS burned that down when they invaded Germany last.
Fuck, there's a second Mein Kampf?
Yeah, but he'd written it. There was only one version because he'd written it when he was in that fucking bunker before he killed himself.
Yeah. Damn.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh my god. This segment turned so much funnier than I thought it would. Oh my god. I'm willing to bet you could probably have a funny clip of Aiden Ross every day of the week kind of thing. Oh, that made me laugh so hard. That was a good one. Basically, Aiden Ross is just extremely gullible, and that probably plays it. Not you, I didn't. We were talking about Aiden Ross. That guy is. Ooh, thank you for cookies. Oh, that was so funny. Yeah. Yeah, Andreas, I definitely I would love to see that too. Honestly, I kind of think he is. It seems to be a recurring pattern at least or something. Whenever I hear about him, it's either him doing something stupid or it's his chat baiting him into doing something stupid. So, yeah, I think he's just there to be people's entertainment. This is true. You are the superior Aiden. Oh boy. The true Aiden is here. Absolutely. Okay, maybe I should move on to the next topic. It's going to be a bit of a longer one. I won't deny that. Is the next topic Berber? I wish it was nice like Berber. But it's a trigger warning topic, but it's pretty important. Not a har funny time topic. It's the dumpster fire that is the Twitter VTuber community burns once again. Exactly. Everything's on fire. This is fine. Love it. Don't you love it? Essay. It's going to be about essay. Sexual assault. So definitely trigger warning. I will be doing like a proper trigger warning, but I got to go to the bathroom. So I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. That is quite all right, Maxi. Thanks for stopping by for as long as you did. VTuber communities took both idol culture and streaming drama and anime fandom chaos and put them in a sandwich. Yup. Unironically, yup. Oh, yeah, I should get some... Oh, wait, no, he's deleted his Twitter, so I can't prove that now, can I? Let's cheer on. Is that list gone now? Yep. Fuck. Oh, well. Not a big deal. What list? It was the list that I had posted a screenshot under your post, Alexa, about Tora's harem. Cause like, I'm gonna get into it when I get into it in the video. The whole Tarakaru drama. Yeah, I don't personally consider it drama. It's sexual assault. Hey, Kudere fanboy, we're getting into some rough stuff in a little bit. What happened to Sienna May and Jack Wright? I do not know who those people are. Okay, so are we ready to dive into it? Personally, I think I'm going to do this and then the Akira Toriyama segment, and then I will be done for the night. Because, well, this is not going to... This section is not going to be exactly easy, and then it's also going to be pretty emotionally rough to talk about Akira Toriyama. Akira Toriyama. Dude had a huge impact on my life. Okay, let's late short stream. Yeah, pretty much. Let's dive into the Torah. Jabbery made a video on what happened with Sora May. I'll DM it to you after you're done with the stream. Okie dokie, thank you. So there's a VTuber that was present and fairly prominent when I first entered the Twitter VTuber space. I didn't really know anybody at the time, but I got some feelings about the dude. Like, I had nothing to point towards as any explicit red flag, so to speak. It was just kind of vibes, so I just let myself keep that distance, didn't really reach out kind of thing. I was put on one of his lists of like Tora's harem or something like that. He had a few of those lists where he'd put female VTubers on, and well, we're going to get into what he actually ended up doing. And trigger warning, we are going to be talking about sexual assault. So if that is a uncomfortable topic for you, now's your time to step out of the video or the stream, whichever you're watching. But it started March 17th when a VTuber known as Lily broke her silence. She shared her story on Twitter, which got a fair amount of traction. A lot of people knew of this guy if they had not had direct engagements with him or direct contact. I was nowhere near close to him at all. At most, our orbits sort of came together, but not really. Yeah, it's wild. You wanted to be his friend when you started. Yeah, I get that. Thinking or looking up to VTubers that are successful. So what we have here is a 15-page document of, well, their experiences with this Torah. And there have been more than one person that has come out with similar stories. Not exactly the same stuff, but still similar. And his response was, let's go with ukulele tier. Except there was no ukulele. That would have been preferred, I guess. Honestly, I think the best thing the dude could have done is just disappear. His response did not help. Anyways, let's dive into it. Lily writes, I never thought I would come out with this. I never thought something like this could happen, but it did. I originally was too scared to say anything, worries of if anybody would believe me or if I'd be harassed for coming out about this. However, the more I thought about it, the more I knew I had to, because what if? What if somebody else just lets him walk all over them? And what if what happened to me happens to somebody else? I cannot, with good conscience, not share what happened to me when I know it could help somebody else. This isn't made to cancel or start a witch hunt. This document is made with the intention to hope that this is purely a beware, a warning to anyone who is mutual, plans to befriend, or is unaware. Maybe if something similar in any way is happening to you, you can notice the signs that I didn't. If you choose to remain Tora's friend, that is your choice and decision, but do not invite me to servers he will be a part of or collabs he is a part of. I ask for that at least, which is, going forward, not something that we'll need to be worried about, because dude made a graduation post and then, well, that's where we're at with him. But I saved the relevant stuff that we need. Before the trip, some context is needed. Tora and I first met my good friend and one of my first VTuber friends, Scar's server. They met in that server, I guess. A common run-on joke that evolved as a group of us got closer and closer is that someday we would all meet up together at a convention or place and hang out. About a year later, as time went on, that place was AX, 2023 Anime Expo? I don't know what AX stands for. A group of them were going to rent an Airbnb and all hang out. I wanted to go, but wasn't sure if I could afford it at the time, and wasn't sure if my parents, I was 20 and never had traveled alone, would even let me. I would hope they would let you. You're an adult. My 2 cents. However, around this time of planning, the HoloLive EN concert was announced, and that it would be taking place in LA during the same time as AX. I was originally planning on getting a streaming ticket until a good friend messaged me saying that he's able to get 2 tickets, and his other friend also got 2 tickets. So they each had a spare one, and if I was able to fly out, I could go to the concert. I am a massive HoloLive fan if you don't know me, and I begged my parents to help me out and let me go see my Oshis on stage. After all, they saved my life many times. A compromise was met, and my aunt was going to come with me, and we would be staying in a hotel room together. But our trips were unique and our own. I was overjoyed to tell my friends I could go, and we were excited after a year and we could all finally meet. However, when Tora found out, he also was excited, but there was something more. It was no secret Tora at one point wanted to be more than friends. However, there were some things that I didn't meet for his quote-unquote dating criteria at the time. It's also young kids. Wait, how old is Lily? I assumed 18 at least. But yeah, this is young kid behavior. 20? Okay. Dirt. I'm silly. I'm 20. Yes, 20 is pretty young. I think 20 is very, very young to me. Not the kind of people I pursue for a relationship. Fun fact, I don't pursue anybody for a relationship. I don't want more. I'm happy with 20 at the time. So older now. But still, you're old the day you say someone else is young. Fair. Where was I? The biggest was that he wanted somebody in his own state. While I thought that ship had sailed, Tora, I guess, when he heard we were going to be in the same area for a while, still wanted to at least get in my pants. The earliest I recounted when going back to our DMs of this starting after it was confirmed I was going to AX. I will keep calling it that even though I never went to the con. Was in April. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, still the... Oh my goodness, this is sounding yikes. Yeah, it's sounding yikes. Yeah, it could have just been a fun time where online friends get to meet for the first time, get to see their Oshis, have a concert. It could have been wonderful. That's when the tuned up flirting began and the suggestion of something more. This persisted until July, when the trip and concert was. I will now share some screenshots of the things he said. You may be wondering why I was giving in to all this and letting my walls down, and my answer is that I had known him for a year. He hadn't done anything so unredeemable and horrifying yet, and I trusted him. Tora, unfortunately, was like my rock when I was coming out of a rough breakup back in December of 2022. I hung out on his server and with everyone else there to cope and take my mind off things. And since he had helped me, I was willing to look past some of the things he said, whatnot. I was vulnerable, and I guess in a very human way wanted attention that I missed. Tora knew how to press every button and had known me long enough to figure out how to get me to even slightly reciprocate. I let my walls and guard down, and around this time I've even begun catching feelings for him. So when he brought up the topic of having sex at AX, I was scared, but I didn't totally say no. There were some other things that happened to me as well as made me uncomfortable that I let slide. For example, he had sent me an unsolicited dick pic, red flag, and even more often, he would ask for an audio or lewd photos of myself. Yeah, that's... Like, I sleep with a lot of my friends just because, well, we're sex positive and it's fun, but I don't get unsolicited pics from them, or I don't send them unsolicited pics. I don't... My God, dude. Something I was going to say earlier. From what I'd gathered of like all this broadly as I was looking into it, my vibe was this is reminding me of the Smash Bros tournaments. Basically, where it's young people get the like online internet fame, so they kind of get more attention than they're used to. And then shitty behaviors come out. They start taking advantage of the power dynamic kind of thing. And, well, it leads to situations like this, which is why you should be careful. Be careful, please. Just... excuse me. I know I am not the only one he would ask, which makes me sad. From what I remember of my interactions with Tora, yeah, he was a pretty openly flirty, lewd dude tuber. So, for me, this all tracks. But I didn't know the guy personally. I knew of him. Remember to communicate before you do something sexual or intimate, and always mention when you are uncomfortable with something sexual or intimate. Absolutely. You want to have that enthusiastic yes. A begrudging yes is a no. You don't want people to feel forced into reciprocating this shit. Where was I? Pressure pushed me into sending photos sometimes. I would actually, even though I didn't want to, which I definitely shouldn't have. Yeah, that's kind of what these people like to do. You don't even want people to feel neglectful. Or regretful, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Tora, but like, you know, we both do it actually actually sexy. I'm not sexy, I'm silly. I literally want to fuck you so bad. But you don't want to say hi to me in LA? Shake my head. That's because you're being a meanie and want to peg me. Coward. I was joking. I'm not into pegging. Coward. Oh, fucking course, I'll grab you. Like, oh, that's fun. That's a natural progression of conversation there. No, I don't think I will, since you want to act goofy. Lily, I don't think you will, since you want to act goofy and meet up with all these blank to probably bus. You don't need me. Lamau, Lily, if I could meet you, I fucking would. I don't want to hear it, backtracking motherfucker, but you live in a cold-ass white people state. Oh, is this racism against white people? It is not, besides the point. Fuck you. Lily, if you were in blank right now, I would be at your place right now, smooching, hugging, kissing you right now. I'm sure you would. I had something like that with a German YouTuber very recently. What? If somebody's making you uncomfortable, be direct about it. If you do want to pursue intimate engagements with people, be direct about it. And if they say no, move on. Literally all that needs to happen. We're goddamn adults. There's also a very uncomfortable thing as well I found when rereading our messages. He admitted to masturbating to my voice on streams. There are some VTubers that are into that, but that's not the thing you just say to somebody unless you already know they're into it. Like, why would that just come up? I know you can't really stop that, and people have their own minds. Yeah, to me, the weird part is telling them. Because, like, I can't stop anybody from flicking the bean or pulling the pud to this. Like, if my content is what you get off to, enjoying my voice, I mean, have at her. You don't need to tell me. You don't need my consent to do that. The weird part is telling me. We're getting weirded out because it's just weird. Yeah, like, for real. But I don't want people. But I don't want to know you're doing that. It made me feel gross and never want to speak again. I was trying to play a game and have fun, not have some guy, let alone someone who I thought was my best friend, jack it to my voice on a stream. Yeah, that's fucking. You can build those types of relationships if you're open and communicative about it, but for fuck's sakes, you don't do it and then see how they feel if you're gonna fucking talk to you. I'll keep that in mind. I worry I might scare you. No, you're fine. I'm an open book. People are free to talk to me about whatever. Sometimes I'll just listen to your stream and do it. Teehee. What? Yeah, because I like your voice. Which stream? Any of them? I'll be like, me horny. Lily is on. What? This is not going along with it, dude. She is in shock in this screenshot. Really weird to make it public too. Yeah, for real. I can give you at least a small list of lewd tubers who unironically like that stuff of like being just sent random hentai or being told, hey, your voice turns me on, and I cranked it to that. I can point to some that do that. I can point to the rest of the VTubers who don't like that. Oh my god. And this was before, yeah, this was in May 2023. So this was right before was that after? Okay, so that was like after when AX was supposed to be, but before the concert, the trip, and the incident. So it looks like we're getting into the stuff. People with culture can tell what those images are of. The weird VTubers are just a reflection of the broad range of people there are in the world. Yeah, like there is no barrier to entry to be a VTuber. Literally anybody can be a VTuber. You just gotta do it, pretty much. You make your model, whether it be a picture, a PNG tuber, or a VRoid, or whatever, you can just make one and be a VTuber. Hey, Nikki. We're talking about sexual assault, so trigger warning. Where was I going? I forget. Let's continue. My first day of the trip, I did not meet Tora. The second day of the trip, however, is when we planned that we would meet up after the HoloLive concert and take an Uber together to get to the Scarlet Kingdom / City Airbnb. Like the stream. Yes, everybody, like the stream, like the video, please. Helps the engagement algorithm engagemento. Where was I? Where was I? Airbnb Scar server name, and we would hang out there for a bit. I have no idea who this Scar is, by the way. However, plans didn't end up entirely that way, and little did I know that night I would grow to dread. My holo friend and I met up and hung out during the early half of the day before he took us in his car to pick up some other holo friends who were in the same HoloLive shitpost server. We all had carpooled to the EN pre-show because that's where we're going to meet another holo friend who had ordered a pizza for all of us. Sounds like a pretty good time so far. I can't remember if it was on the drive there or at the pre-show when I found out Tora and a different VTuber friend of his were also at the pre-show, which was at some large park. While we were in line for the pizza distribution, that's when Tora walked over to us. I think I told him where we were. That is when I saw him. He liked to make fun of it, but I was too scared to hug him. Ultimately, he coerced me into giving him a hug, and I felt a bit more at ease. I was nervous not only because of social anxiety and being an introvert, but because I was under the impression of him and I were going to do something the following night. Oh man, like for me, I definitely don't try to put expectations onto people. I personally have hopes that the people I'm hanging out with and talking with are down to bone and fool around, because I like to do that. However, I don't go into any situation expecting to get my dick wet. It's just me. Where was I? Also, side note, he was the one who chose the lewd art and thought it would be a funny joke. I don't know what his intentions were at this time, but also something to point out. Oh, okay, so, like, they have lewd art together, or they had lewd art together, and, I think it's different around swinger culture, or whatever you call it. Oh my god, it is modern day swinger culture. All I know is sex is fun. Don't push people into doing it, because then honestly you're not going to have a good time. If you want to have a good time with it, they gotta want to do it too. we went our separate ways to the venue. What's swinger culture? Like being in a relationship and then sleeping around with people, and your partner is fully aware and does not care, or they also engage in sleeping around with other people. Basically, open relationships stuff. I personally have a lot of polyamorous friends who are like open relationship, multiple relationship, everybody's aware, everybody's cool with it. I am ethically non-monogamous. I have one partner that I am never going to replace, and I sleep around, and she is aware of that. She doesn't care. She's fine with it. Nothing gets me harder than dripping wet, steamy consent. Absolutely. Like, unironically, it's so much more interesting to me when there is actually, like, you know that they want to be there. And the best way to find out, you give them outs. You give them a bit of space to be like, hey, if I'm moving too fast, you tell me, please, kind of thing. After the concert, unironically, I do hope Lily enjoyed the concert itself, because where we're going is not exactly a great thing, so hopefully there is some kind of silver lining here for her. There is no silver lining for Tora in this instance. After the concert, me and my hollow friend are waiting for Tora to come out of the venue. It took a very long time because once you left these gates, security didn't want to let us back in. That's pretty usual, standard. Eventually he comes out and I say goodbye to my hollow friends. I order an Uber and we begin to walk to the pickup area. This is where things change. Tora tells me that we can't do anything because essentially he was talking to this other person who lives in the same state as him and kind of wants to pursue them. And they think they are a thing, so it would technically be okay to do things, but out of, quote, respect for them, he wouldn't. So this is leading up to the incident. We haven't gotten to an incident, and right now we're being told that he's saying, yeah, I'm not going to be doing anything because I have a person I'm interested in. And I think the person... I'm not going to speculate on the stuff. We will just continue on. I wasn't really upset about him, and I wouldn't hook up. I was a bit relieved, to be honest. What I was upset about was the fact that he, for months, led me on and pressured me into doing things, sending things, and making it seem like he wanted me just to be tossed out. That I can understand. I felt stupid and used for letting my walls down. I kicked myself for thinking I expected any different from him. After all, it wasn't the first time he had this playboy mentality. He took pride in the fact he had many feminine people wrapped around his fingers. He liked telling them what they wanted to hear. He treated them like objects almost. I was a fool to think he'd treat me any different. I tried to choke back my anger and sadness, and we walked back to the Uber pickup spot. I don't know if she believes in purity or whatnot, but like, there is a little, in my mind at least, there's a little contradictory thing of like, I understand, but I totally get it though. Like, let's say he is kind of pressuring her to do this shit, and then when he just up and ghosts or up and changes direction out of nowhere, it can make the person feel like oh, so I'm not good enough kind of thing, when you've been talking me up all this time. It's a messy situation. I definitely feel bad for Lily. I'm glad I kept my distance from Tora. I felt stupid and used for letting my walls down, kicked myself for expecting any different. Oh, okay, I read that. she knew how he is, but wanted him to be a husband material. It could be like a I could fix him kind of thing. But again, I don't actually want to speculate in on this. Oh no, you're fine. That's what chat's for. It's my mistake for engaging with you guys. But for real, I do enjoy talking with you, chat. In the Uber, there was a point where our Uber driver asked Tora and I if he could quickly take a piss. Shockingly, he pulled into a neighborhood and began pissing in some random's lawn. Okay. When he was out of sight, Tora rested his head on my shoulder and held my hand in the back of the car. Oh, you're dating somebody else, but you're hand holding? For real though, sexual assault is a very serious thing. Los Angeles is wild. I didn't really want him to touch me, but I unfortunately am a people pleaser and let him. He just said something along the lines of how he was so sorry and hoped I wasn't mad at him. I don't remember my response, but whatever it was, probably to get him to lay off because I was upset and didn't want to talk about it. I cannot remember if this tweet was before or after he did this, but here's a tweet I made that Tora encouraged just to prove there was a point in time where the Uber driver was not present. That is unrelated. That is a huge fucking risk of the Uber driver to just let two randos stay in your car while it's running. Oh man, dude is lucky it didn't get worse. After a bit, we finally made it to Scar City Airbnb. It's fun and Tora gets to meet everyone for the first time. I had already met them the day before when we went to the aquarium, and that's when I borrowed my friend's laser pen lights for the concert. We got there pretty late, as the tweet above shows, and my hotel was over an hour drive away, so the Airbnb gang let us both spend the night. Kioi, nailed it. Scar's partner, and also a great friend, brings us a spare pillow and blanket. The plan is for us to sleep on each end of the couch. Here's the floor plan to help. Tora's side of the big couch, my side of the big couch. Oh, I like those L angles. Laser's room, coffee table, TV. Oh, my throat is getting dry. Everyone calls it for the night when I am laying on my back on one side of the couch. Tora is on his phone from what I remember on the other side. Laser is awake but in his room with the door closed. However, one thing to L couch. Yeah. Taking a real L. Gotta hydrate more. However, one thing to note about his room is that the door was shuttered, which means you can see movement through each side, and you could hear quite a bit. After some time of us both being on our phones, I hear Tora asking me if I love him. Wow, okay. L couch is a W. Unironically true. L couches are W's. I am still upset and I do not answer. It feels like a split second afterward I hear shuffling and moving, and the next thing I know, Tora is on top of me, and the way he was on me, I couldn't push him off. I remember in this exact moment I felt fear, upset, and confusion. He doesn't stop there though. So yeah, here's where we're getting into the big old trigger warning. Yeah, this is very not good. Oh, Tora is at least manipulative according to what she is describing. Absolutely the same thing I'm thinking. And we will see just how manipulative he actually is with how he responds to this call out. Because we're halfway through the call out. And there were a lot of people that shared so many people that shared their side of the stories. I don't have time to go through all of them, but goddamn, it's not just one person making a call out document. It's somebody that's actually a danger, at least from what we're seeing. Continuing on. He kisses me on the cheek and whispers in my ear. I do not remember exactly what he says to me, as I have repressed a lot of the specifics, but what I can say is I did not consent. I did not want him on top of me, I did not want him to kiss my cheek, and I did not want him to get close to me. I wanted to disappear from the moment. I wanted to scream or cry or shove him off, but I was frozen. I couldn't move. Was he going to stop there? I hoped he would. I was pinned. I was helpless. I remember asking him what the fuck he was doing, and luckily Lasers on the other side of his room heard me, or movement, because he came outside of his room. When Tora heard him coming, he practically flew off of me. Him doing that shows me that he knew what he had done was wrong. Lasers didn't see or hear everything from what I remember, but he, from my memory, said he heard movement and wanted to see what was happening. I was too scared or shocked to say anything. Tora ended up changing the subject and brought up how ominous Lasers looked in the doorway of his room, because it was the only thing lit around us. He then took a picture of Lasers, which he then also ended up editing to remove both of our heads, because I am also visible in the original photo, and showing it to his stream. Yeah, that's something VTubers commonly do with each other. Show IRL pictures. Yeah, I am glad she actually, I am glad Lasers here, don't know who they are, but glad they heard something and went to check, immediately. Nobody knew that photo was taken after Tora assaulted me. Every time I look at it, I get a pit in my stomach. For privacy purposes of this doc, I will include the edited version. Oh boy. Well, at least no faces. The day after, I don't bring it up until I'm in an Uber with Lasers and Scar before they get dropped off to the convention center. The next stop is my hotel after that. I don't share all the details, but I essentially thank Lasers for saving me. Agreed, W Laser. After the trip. I am mad at Tora still after the trip. It isn't till I agree and admit I hate him in a quote playful interaction where I confront him about everything. The leading on, the bringing up him getting on top of me, aka the assault. I confronted him on the 13th of July 2023. I don't think sharing the entire confrontation is terribly needed, but essentially he brushes off the assault and thinks I'm more mad that we didn't have sex. Oh my god. Dude. And not the emotional manipulation and assault, which I correct him on. He apologizes and says he will be better. Oh my god. How many times have I heard terrible people say I'll do better and then just repeat the same shit? Oh. This is why I don't trust people that tell me they do better or they're changing. You don't earn my trust by saying you're changing. You earn my trust by showing you've changed. By leaving those people the fuck alone. If people think I'm lying, I can include the whole first confrontation in an edited version. Personally, I do not think she is lying. Again, I did not personally know Tora. I was vaguely aware from him, and what I knew about him, this tracks. so far, so I have no reason in my mind to doubt Lily here. A thing I want to point out here is that he brushed off and didn't address the assault. I didn't want to cut him off entirely back then because I was still attached, because of what he did for me and how he was there for me in a really rough spot. I believed I must have been overreacting and the assault wasn't that big a deal, so I made the mistake of letting him silence me. I let him, for the most part, get away with it. I never pushed. Current day. It wasn't until in a VC with some friends recounting the AX trip where I mentioned what happened to me in more fuller detail. That is where I learned what happened to me shouldn't have been brushed off or ignored. I was assaulted, full stop. Hearing those words, applying it to what happened to me, changed things. It reopened the wound. I began to have nightmares. I began to have the situation play over and over in my mind, and I began to think about what would have happened if I did this, that, said this, that, etc. After a few days of coping with this reality, I realized I couldn't let this slide anymore. I confronted Tora, telling him I was going to cancel our upcoming collab and that I wasn't comfortable even being his friend anymore. I will be showing the whole confrontation this time in full because I think it shows how gross and backhanded his apology is. Yeah, I hope Lily doesn't blame herself over what happened here. Not going to be able to do the Saturday collab. Oh, why? Are you okay? No, I don't feel comfortable being your friend anymore either. I have to go to work, so I will delve into it later. What? Wait, what? Lily, are you for real? I'm 100% serious. I see, you could at least give me a brief synopsis of what happened that brought this up. Like I said, I will properly type out everything when I'm home from work. Okay, I understand. Is there anyone else involved I should know about? Bro, let her go to work. Let her cook. And then face your actions. Is there anyone else involved I should know about? I'm sure this might be a misunderstanding. At least I hope so. Good luck at work. No, this is something entirely between you and me. Oh, I just hadn't realized it until now. What? Okay then. Sorry if I ever did anything that upset you, Lily. Take your time, but if you want to instead VC about it, we can. Just let me know. Oh boy. Big post from Tora before Lily gets back from work. I assume this is something you may have been thinking about for a while. I'm sorry if this has been festering and weren't sure of what you wanted to do with your thoughts and feelings. I know I say this all the time and it seems like a joke, but I genuinely do enjoy having you as a friend. We've all had these collabs, or we've had all of these collabs together and have talked with each other about our personal lives throughout the year. When I finally got to meet everyone at AX, you were honestly the one I was most excited to meet. I enjoyed so much of our time together, and I know that I have made some mistakes between us too. I know that the entire situation between us doing things as, quote, more than friends was rough and 100% my fault. I know I have probably offended you with a joke that came off as insensitive or tactless. I do my best to fix my mistakes and learn from them because I want to experience more with you. This is okay. I'm always willing to improve and work through things. If you want me to stop making certain jokes, not bring up certain topics, or work more on specific things, I will. I value your viewpoint on things because I trust you. From my experience, at least, you're one of my closest friends. But of course, I can't force you to like me. If this is something that you seriously feel and it is something that you feel is unfixable, I will respect your decision. I just hope we can rekindle our relationship at some point. I never would want to cause you any emotional harm or stress, Lily. I'm sorry for anything I've done to hurt you. Lily responds, I can assure you this isn't over some joke or something you said, but it's definitely something you did. I had repressed this and didn't pay much thought to it until the AX trip came up in conversation a bit ago. It wasn't until I told some friends about what happened did they tell me straight up, and it forced me to unpack and come to terms with the reality. You assaulted me when we spent that night at the Airbnb. I don't care, and it doesn't matter what you were talking about prior, which I'll get into later, but I didn't consent to you getting on top of me. I didn't consent to you getting close and whispering in my ear. I didn't consent to you kissing my cheek. It didn't matter what we were talking about prior and leading up to the trip. That isn't consent or a good excuse for your actions. I was in so much shock I couldn't properly word everything out. But thank fuck Lasers heard me asking you what the fuck you were doing. I know how you knew it was wrong because when you heard Lasers coming, you practically leaped off me. I buried it so deep in my mind because when I confronted you about the other shit, you never apologized for it. So in my mind, you didn't do anything wrong, right? Maybe I was just overthinking it, but I know now it was wrong. So fucking wrong. I figured something like that wouldn't happen to somebody like me, or that somebody I'd considered a best friend wouldn't do something like that. I've had nightmares about the situations. I've had this scenario play over and fucking over in my head, where I thought about what I should have said. What I should have said, if I was able to push you off. What would happen if Lasers didn't come out? Maybe anything I could have or should have said doesn't matter. But you didn't see anything wrong with it, so fuck me, right? I also didn't realize you had made it official with your partner in March. You've told others when that's when you got together. 1 year in March. Congrats. Do they know you were talking about fucking me in a bathroom in LA a month into it? Do they know you send me unsolicited dick pics 2 months into you dating them? You can't really deny that either. Even in the confrontation, you couldn't get your story right. You admitted and let it slip that you had been dating them in one of the messages, but then swapped back to friends with benefits. What the fuck? Rereading everything and seeing what was said, knowing you had a partner at the time, fills me with disgust. I was a fool for ever letting you say those things to me, and I was a fool for letting my guard down. You may have apologized for leading me on, but I doubt you have apologized to your partner for cheating. If I had known that was the case, I wouldn't have encouraged such behavior. There's other things, but essentially that is why. I feel like I let you walk all over me and get away with it, essentially. It hurts knowing that this is the end, but what you did hurts even more. And then he responds. And not even his Google Doc response. Water? Yeah, I gotta have some more water. Oh boy. Tora responds, Hey Lily, regarding the first thing, I knew it was bad because even though Lasers did coincidentally go, what's going on, as it happened, I did plan to stop myself after the kiss on the cheek, and it was unfortunate timing that made it look worse. Ah, boy. He was going to stop at the one bit of assault, huh? Very trustworthy. Very, very trustworthy. I'm glad that you brought it up now, because even back then, I thought to myself, man, I shouldn't have done that. We didn't agree on doing anything like that. After the bombshell was saying I don't want to do sexual stuff anymore, and all that stuff was unwarranted. I'm so sorry about that, and I have apologized to you about it, and should have apologized to you about it ASAP. In fact, I should have never done it in the first place. At least he knew he shouldn't have done it. Have a good sleep there, Aiden. Oh, where was I? When you confronted me about all the other stuff, I did have it in mind, but I assumed that it was entailed in the "you are flirting too much and leading me on for nothing at all." I can tell you with confidence that I never, ever, ever, ever would have done anything more than get on top and kiss on the cheek. That's still already crossing the line, dude. Because number one, I already told you that by that point, I did not want to go through with doing anything too physical like sex. But jumping on top and kissing on the cheek is fine for you. Wild expectations from some people. Excuse me. And number two, I, with 100% honesty, was thinking of it as like playful stuff, like jumping on your friends, hugging them, being annoying. That's a little step further than playful, friendly banter. I distinctly remember thinking to myself that I was to not touch your butt or breasts or anything like that, but I went for the kiss on the cheek, which I should not have done. I think in all honesty, I was being insecure about you not wanting to be my friend anymore. I kept bothering you and saying, "Do you love me?" and stuff like that, and I didn't want you to hate me. Oh yeah, this is just feeding into my personal issue of I don't like it when people say they love me. Yay! Where was I? In the end, though, that was a completely unwarranted thing to do and very immature and insensitive. I am very sorry about that. Regarding the second thing, we didn't become quote-unquote official until after AX, when I talked to them seriously about being a serious couple. May is when we first went on our date, and we decided that for that to be our anniversary date. We both liked each other, but it was still an open relationship until after AX, when we discussed being monogamous. Well, this is minor crime. I'm guessing the other things is why he got chased away. I definitely expected worse when I heard sexual assault, but like, it's a spectrum. There's a lot of variety of what can and cannot be or what is sexual assault, and none of it's good. I'm just glad it wasn't as bad as it could have been. And oh my god, this is going to keep going. Where was I? We both liked each other, but I was still in an open relationship until after ANX, when we discussed being monogamous. Our situationship beforehand was that we both liked each other and wanted to continue dating, but we never discussed how open we would be regarding other people. I called her my girlfriend at the time because that was my mental decision at AX to call her that. They know how I talked to other people before that time, and we actually had a lot of discussion about it. They had a lot of self-doubt in themselves since they always thought, oh, Tora is talking with other girls, and I'm just another one of them. That's why I made it the very critical decision during AX to not go through with our impromptu let's try sex thing we planned. Dude, you didn't plan any of that shit. There was, from what I saw, there was some sexual talk, but there was no actual, we're planning on doing this, let's get her done kind of thing, dude. So it's pretty telling to me where the dude's mindset is at. I was so very, very clear to my partner about what had happened. They know that we had talked a lot of personal things to each other and have had a thing before. I told them about the trip and what we did. We both came to terms with that. They're happy I did not go through with the sex, but if I did, they can't get mad about it because we never discussed being in an exclusive relationship. Well, I mean, you can get mad at the jumping on top and not having consent, but okay. Okay, the next line's getting cut off, so I'm not even going to try to read it. I profusely apologize for the shitty behavior that I had the night after HoloLive. That has no excuse, and I'm glad I didn't go further than I already did. The damage is done, though, and I feel terrible that you had nightmares and have stressed so much about the situation. I could have been more transparent about the exact situation I had with my partner, and I 100% should have. It's not what you should be focusing on. I really don't want to lose you as a friend, Lily. If there's anything else you would like to get off your chest, I'm willing to listen. I'm so sorry about causing you all of this turmoil and despair. I would never wish for you to have this burden on your mind regarding me. I stopped stream early because I wanted to make sure I typed everything correctly. If possible, do you want to VC between us after we both take in all the information? 15, 9:25. Okay, so like 10 minutes later. I'm so sorry, Lily. You are also one of my best friends. I never want to hurt you. I can't change the past. I wish this was resolved a lot earlier so that it didn't have to boil over and become so stressful. Why else mention the other relationship? Honestly, I don't know. I don't know why he's going this way that he is when confronted about it. So at 9:25 p.m. he did the love bombing with the "I'm so sorry, Lily, you're one of my best friends." That's pretty manipulative. Then at 9:50, for the exact timeline that I can give from Tora again, by the way, for the exact timeline that I can give some clarification of, if you wish, early 2023, Tora and Lily were flirting back and forth a lot, perhaps planning doing sexy stuff at AX later that year. Not really from what I saw. Late April, first date with girlfriend. I have no idea why I told other people it was March. I don't know either, dude. In this time frame of being in a situationship, we only met up in person once a month and messaged each other once every couple days if we wanted to meet up again. I was considering how much I liked them and if I wanted to go steady. By the time AX happens, we had 3 dates. Late June, early July, AX happens. I decide to call off the intimate night together, but I also become cringe and immature because I didn't want Lily to hate me. Is that his description of the event? He called it off, and he also became cringe and immature because he didn't want Lily to hate him? The minds of some people, wild. August, another female friend literally visits Tora's house with the intentions of dating afterwards. It was a very tough situation because the new female friend really wanted to date Tora, but by then Tora had decided to shut them down. It was another very stressful weekend with pain and sadness. Tora's GF was very distraught about Tora going out and spending... This is all Tora saying this stuff, by the way. Spending an entire weekend with a girl they don't know. Right after that one weekend, Tora and GF had a very serious discussion about how they wished to proceed in their relationship. Beforehand, all we did were get-togethers and where we hung out. We didn't talk about becoming exclusive until that point. Same day, about 8 minutes later or so, Tora again. I know I'm rambling and repeating myself a lot. I genuinely don't want to lose you as a friend. It's tearing me up at this moment at the thought of it. But yeah, in the end, the first situation is 100% my fault. I was stupid. I'm so sorry about that. I should have never ever done it in the first place. I did it and it's in the past. I can't atone for that. Oh my God, dude. I cannot apologize enough for how idiotic I was about that. I hope you can forgive me. And the second situation is a lack of clarification on my part on the set of events that were happening. It is luckily all good and my partner understands what happened. I'm sorry we didn't discuss this earlier. And then like another 10 minutes later, just under, I think, I'm happy to fill in any... Tora again, I am happy to fill in any gaps and discuss anything else you have in mind. I want to work through this, Lily. I'm not saying this for future sexual gratification. You are really putting people's minds at ease here. I wonder what his type speed is. Unironically, dude types a ton. Or so I can be the, quote, better one that wins the argument in that situation. I take responsibility for my mistakes and wish to make it better. I fucked up. I'm so sorry. I really, genuinely, wholeheartedly, genuinely, without a doubt, genuinely love you as my friend. I don't want to lose a dear friend, someone I can talk with about anything, someone I can have fun with and even discuss personal matters with, someone I have had so many amazing memories with, someone I care about. Oh my God, dude, the manipulation is just dripping. Once again, I'm sorry for everything. I'm sorry for repeating myself so much. I'm sorry for all the mistakes I've made. I beg you for forgiveness. I'll be in bed watching videos. I'm ready to talk more whenever you want. Take your time. 40 minutes later, Tora again, OMG, I'm so sorry you had to deal with other stuff today as well. That reads to me like he's watching her Twitter. You can go ahead and deal with that first and relax a bit. We can talk anytime. About 6 minutes later, Lily finally replies. I don't believe you for a second, unfortunately saying it was, quote, wrong. If you knew you shouldn't have done that, why the fuck didn't you apologize anyways? Even if you had no intention of furthering that in the moment, I had no idea what you were going to do. All I was experiencing was shock and fear. You were on top of me. How was I supposed to think properly? Also, do not fucking try to sit here and downplay it to me by trying to say, quote, it was playful. Friends do not get on top of each other like that and kiss each other on the cheek. Friends don't assault each other. Do not sit here and try to make yourself feel better for doing so. I will not allow this disrespect and let you walk all over me. I shouldn't have let it go the first time anyways. The fact that majority of your messages are addressing the timeline and dating situation also shows me enough. I doubt you're even sorry. If you were, you would have mentioned it in the first confrontation. To me, it seems like you were not sorry it happened, but you're sorry you were caught. Lily, I'm sorry it came off that way. Sorry it came off that way is not an apology either. And Tora continues, I'm sorry about that. I just wanted to clarify that there was no cheating in my relationship with my partner. That was not the big part. That was not the big issue. The big issue was the assault. And yes, the playful part doesn't matter in the end. You were uncomfortable about it, and I shouldn't have done it in the first place. I know that what has happened was very bad, and I can't change the past anymore. Whatever excuses I make doesn't downplay how horrible of a situation it must have been for you. I'm sorry for causing you that stress and fear. I'm sorry for being so stupid in the first place. I never would hurt you, but I did unintentionally, and there is no taking it back. I'm sorry. My God. I just want to say all this I'm sorry over everything, just constant is putting so much pressure on her to say it's okay or to kind of dismiss it somewhat. If the dude genuinely felt bad, at least in my opinion, he should say, thank you for being my friend thus far, and just moving on with his life, because he's clearly causing distress for the person he's talking to, and does not leave her alone, it seems. Tora again, 8 minutes later. Back then I was incredibly stupid and immature when it came to making sure all parties involved were aware and consenting of what's happening. It was a year ago, dude. God, aren't we adults? That's why we put minors don't interact in our bios? Oh, I hate VTubers. I'm just going to move on. Lily responds, "You closed cringe nay babies because somebody complained. If nobody did, I bet it'd still be open. Also, it hasn't even been a year. What is with this back then bullshit? Lily, you're amazing." Back in the middle of 2023, yeah. Like, in the middle of we're in the first quarter of the year. Hate you too, Oomphy. Yep. Guy's not taking a hint. That, and he just can't let go. He fucked up. If he's actually going to own it, he needs to stop pestering the people who he bothered. That's just my 2 cents. What do I know? Unironically, that's when I changed from flirting wowie all the time and possibly being polygamous. I think he means polyamorous, like where everybody can pursue relationships freely kind of thing. Polygamous, to my understanding, is one person in the relationship can pursue other relationships freely, but the other person can't. So it's like one guy can have 7 wives, but the 7 wives can only date the one husband. That kind of thing. I could be wrong. Feel free to correct me in the comments. Send a flame war. I love the engagement. I just let it fester. Lily, are you okay to talk right now? We can if you want to. Are we not talking right now? As in VC? I know we will be going back and forth a lot. You can record it if you want to or whatever. The last thing I want to do is get in a voice call with you right now. Okay, I'm sorry. Man, I wish I had boob physics. Completely unrelated to what we're reading. Will you ever forgive me? I'm getting main character syndrome vibes. I don't know how I can make it up to you. I'm so sorry about this, that this has been eating you and you for so long. I'll put it in the back of my mind too and continue talking to you normally for the past several months, which I should not have done. But yet you didn't bring it up the first time. Never brought it up when you could have, even after all this time. Even now, you're refusing to even say what you did, just beating around the bush. It was not just a horrible situation or a uncomfortable one. It was fucking assault. Tora responds, "You brought it up for us already, though. Bro, when we talked about it in mid-July, you said I got on top of you, and I'm literally saying right now as well that it was literally a horrible thing. I'm not beating around the bush. It was bad. I suck. I did that to you without making sure you were okay with it. Didn't even build up to it, dude. I did intimate stuff to you without consent. I literally cannot be more specific that I did something bad. I don't know what else I can do to admit my actions were wrong. I was Lily responds, "I was fucking naive." How? Okay, we're almost done. Shit, where was I? Lily responds, "I was fucking naive. I didn't realize the severity of it until somebody pointed it out and told me. I repressed it thinking, not me, right? That couldn't happen to me. And I especially didn't think that somebody, even though they hurt me prior, would decide to take advantage of my vulnerability and trust for them and do something like that. It wasn't until somebody told me exactly what happened to me did I finally get to unpack and realize the problem and the truth. And it's going to be a lot of Tora responding. It doesn't look like Lily responds to that since. By the way, for anyone ever in that situation, do not do it on your own. Just use second party. Oh, like, don't directly VC with them? Yeah, no, I get that. I would not want to be talking to the dude that much either. But that's just me. Anyways, Tora responds after a minute. Yes, and it is very severe. I understand, and you also understand it. I can't change the past. I can promise that I regret it deeply. Just words, dude. I can promise that it would never happen again. Just words, dude. I can only depend on your trust for me that you believe in me. I'm not downplaying that this has caused a lot of stress and bad thoughts. I wish I never did, or at least discussed it earlier. I just hope that you trust that I am better and would never hurt you or anyone else like that ever again. Oh, just words, dude. Just words. At the very least, I hope I give you closure on this. I never wanted to hurt you. I'm deeply sorry that my actions have hurt you. I wasn't using you to cheat on my partner. Whatever happened between us was just us. Going back over the stuff you've already talked about. Very productive. I hope in the 2.5 years of us knowing each other is enough proof that I don't mean to harm you. If I ever did, it is a mistake that I made and will own up to it. I want to make more happy memories together, talk more together, play more together, and grow together. I will never, ever, 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 ever do anything to hurt you intentionally. Again. I understand if you want to respond tomorrow. It's late for both of us. And he keeps going. Okay, I appreciate you telling me your feelings about this, Lily. You respected me enough to give me your thoughts on the matter and discuss it like adults. I really appreciate it. Whatever you decide to do, I hope we can at least be on amicable terms and at least start over. I also will, of course, keep this between us only. I hope you can do the same. Take care of yourself and stay healthy. I know you had a long, stressful day. Try to eat and sleep well. The concert will be pretty long like last time. I'll be here to talk more whenever you're ready. If there's anything else you need, let me know. Enjoy the concert. And then the next day, but to clarify, this is about an hour and a half later. Like, the last message he sent was 11:41 p.m., right before the end of the day. The next message was 1:14 a.m. the next day. I can't sleep. I can't stop thinking about it. I'm sorry, Lily. At the very least, you take as much time as you need to heal and separate from me. I'm here to talk whenever you want to, because that's what people want to do. Talk to the people that fucking assaulted them. Dude, stop. I want to provide any closure that is needed. We don't have to talk about it now. We can talk about it tomorrow, next week, or next month, or whatever. I am hoping that we can have a positive outcome from this. I hope you feel the same way too, and I appreciate you respecting me enough to talk to me like an adult privately instead of impulsively making a twit longer or something. Just please let me know what you wish to do. I will respect your decision. Feel free to read the message and now the document continues on. Feel free to read the message in full, but the fact that he brings up how he was glad I didn't impulsively make a twit longer is a weird ad. Oh yeah, it's 100% a weird ad. Why would he include it? Asking it to not be shared is also a weird ad. To me, it kind of raises a flag of like, why don't you want other people to hear about it, huh? I mean, aside from saving face, you definitely wouldn't want one person to come forward and then have 3, 4, or even more people come out with their own stories of weird situations you've been in together. Tora also did not keep it between us. I have confirmed proof of him going to other people who are also close to me and telling them it was all a misunderstanding. Assault is not a misunderstanding. Saying you are sorry you came off that way is not an apology. He couldn't even admit he assaulted me. He didn't say assault once in his messages. I wasn't going to share my story. I really wasn't. But it wasn't until he went around to my friends for damage control did it really spark something within me. He wasn't sorry. He hasn't changed. He doesn't care that he hurt me. He cares that he got caught and the future that it could have for his career. He was willing to throw away all the memories and take advantage of me and my trust. I can't even begin to formulate how hurt I am by that realization. Well, guess what? I will not be disrespected. I will not sit here and let you silence me. I will not let you go around telling my friends that assault was a misunderstanding. I will no longer be manipulated by you. I will not let you get away with backhanded apologies and crocodile tears. I will no longer defend and turn a blind eye to your horrible habits and words you say about others. No more. I am done. I know this may come as a shock because to many we were really good friends, best friends even. We had great chemistry on streams, and we seemed inseparable. I know both of our communities like to watch us interact. I am sorry I let you all down. Okay, Lily, you have not let me down at all. I know I'm not part of your community, and you might not even watch this video, but this is not your fault. It's not letting, in my opinion, you haven't let anybody down. I'm sorry if this is disheartening to hear, but it's the truth. I know I am far from a perfect good person either. However, what happened to me, I believe, could have happened to any naive friend who wanted to see the good in a friend who was there for you. I found courage to share this because I know I'm not the only feminine person he interacts with, and I do not want you to be blinded by numbers and sweet talk. Please keep yourself safe. I also hope this doesn't start another, quote, male VTuber moment. Yes, there are bad male VTubers like there are bad apples in any community. There are plenty of good male VTubers too. A male VTuber saved me, in my own words, from a bad situation, the assault, and multiple male VTuber friends of mine have rallied and supported me behind the scenes before I even made this document. I could not have done this without them and any of my friends coming out and supporting me. For so long, I believed I was crazy and overreacting, and I felt so emotional and seen when they validated me. I will come back to streaming when I can cope with this mess better. I am strong and brave, and I will keep moving forward. Thank you for your time, Lily. So that was pretty rough to go through overall. So Tora dropped his own response. Can we still see his? Yeah, he was sitting around 20,000 followers before he, deleted. So he deleted this document off of his Google Drive, but I saved my own copy. But rather than just directly going through this, I think I have stumbled across somebody that has a bit more of an expert opinion looking into this thing. Not this person. This is their TLDR. I'm gender fluid, male presenting. I have been dating Tora for around 11 months. There were plenty of misunderstandings, but I will not deny what he put through Lily through is unacceptable. I wish to keep things private between us and to be a good and to be a boy here. So basically, this person gets Tora gets called out for sexual assault, and their partner says, "I'm staying with them." I honestly don't know how long this document is. Oh, this is just a couple pages. Shall we go through it? Let's go through it, I guess. Okay, so to start, I'm a male presenting gender fluid individual. My pronouns he, him online, and prefer to be acknowledged as male. We have been dating roughly 11 months now, which is roughly. Is this the person they were dating? It seems to line up. I agree. I also wish Lily the best. Been dating for 11 months now. He has learned a lot through dating through me, but there's no denying it. It was a very rough start. I will not go too much into depth about our relationship, but I will show a timeline of us dating, which to me, this is just screaming about, hey, this is all about the Tora's not a cheater. That's what it sounds like it's focusing on. From here, stop focusing on the online aspect of a relationship, focus more on the IRL. That's probably the better thing to do in a relationship. Because, like, you can get social connection online, but it is no real substitute for real life interpersonal connection. This is to put in perspective our relationship from my point of view and my thoughts about the situation that have occurred. Okay, you know, let's see what happens. I'm going to be speed reading through this, FYI. May 23rd, around May 20th. Asked about us, but never fully established a fully monogamous relationship. Okay. Chatting more, put us into a situationship. He told me, after AX, he told me a different story, similar to Lily, but opting out the part where he got on top of or extremely close to her and made her feel uncomfortable. So he lied to you. This was when we also fully decided to pursue each other and move on to a more serious long-term relationship. He would begin to work on being less flirty outright towards people or leading people on, as he has a tendency of that. I'm not defending him, but he did not cheat on me, as his interactions were not serious about any dating, and it was still utterly wrong for him to have led people onwards thinking about the possibility. The leading people on is not the big problem with this situation. It is a problem, but it's not the big problem of this situation. Mid-July, a situation occurred, made me realize he needed to focus more on making it clear to others and his audience of his stance on dating and flirting with others without outright saying we have been a couple. After much, I will continue our relationship. However, I informed him that what he did is not acceptable at all. As a woman, it is never okay to make a woman uncomfortable. It is never okay to beg for favors or corner us. I will do my best to help him understand the severity of the situation while concentrating on building a future with him outside of VTubing. Yeah, I'm not going to... I intended to come out as gender fluid here later in Pride Month, but I believe it was crucial for me to come out now and explain my timeline. I'm going to be real, I don't know what their gender identity has to do with it. It does really come across to me like playing defense for the person you care about, which I understand wanting to do that. So Lily saw Mizuki, I'm going to call him Mizuki, saw Mizuki's response, and they tweeted, I debated holding my tongue about this, but why did you lie to me? You confidently told me in private you were not going to be with him anymore. You do not support me and the other victims by dismissing this. I'm incredibly hurt. And, well, quote tweeting Mizuki's response. Hey, Lily. This is me, Mizuki, DMing. Hey, Lily, I hope you're doing well. I wish for you nothing but to heal from this. I'm so sorry you went through that. He lied to me from the start, it seems. I will be putting out a statement too, but I will do my best to keep it all onto you. Well, that's a little different than what we just went through. This is your story. You didn't deserve that. No matter how close you two were, he didn't have to do all that, no matter what state of mind he was. I'm glad you chose to come out and speak about this. I had no idea of any of it. He did not tell me it went that way. He made up a story to keep me on his side. I am breaking up with him soon. I will not tolerate someone who pounces at friends and lies to me, no matter if it was in the past. I hope you're doing well. Sending you all the support needed. So I do wonder what's going on behind the scenes there, but I'm leaving it at this. This is all I know. But, oh yeah, one thing to really point out before we get too far, because we will get to this later. In his response, right here at the end, it was pretty telling about where his concerns are. A big disappointment is that I have a lot of very amazing and beautiful model, asset, background music, and art pieces which will go to waste. I'm so sorry to the artists who have provided these things for me. If anyone would like to purchase any of these for exactly the price that I had purchased with receipt evidence, you may contact me at the email, which I will keep open. Nobody is going to fucking buy the model of a VTuber who's graduating over sexual assault accusations. And also, here is Tora's model artist. Hello, I was Tora's model artist. There was no communication from Tora regarding the resale of his live 2D model, and I doubt there was for any of his other assets. Please do not buy it. It makes me extremely uncomfortable that someone might pay for a used model from someone who committed such a thing. Since he has the files, the most I can do is urge people not to get it. I will be reworking and repurposing the model files. It'll be shared free for anyone who wants to learn live 2D layering or rigging instead. Thank you for understanding. Which, honestly, respect. It's all you really can do at that point. So, here's another person talking like they spoke with Tora. They confronted them the night before he responded dropped, and it sounds like, well, here's this line. He was more concerned about getting his friends into VC to clear his name than trying to make a genuine apology. We will see just how genuine his apology is. And yet another person sharing their experiences with him. But here is the tweet that caught my eye the most. I, someone with a degree in psychology and a victim of SA, went over this apology document. My replies are in red. It made me this upset. It brought back memories I didn't want to remember. It needs to be seen and heard. And this is something wicked. I found them from this tweet. So, they've got a lot to say. They've got a lot to say. Do we want to go through all of this? Not really, but will we? Yeah, probably. Hello, everyone. This is Tora Karu. Hello, hi. This is Wicked. Wicked has a degree in psychology with a minor in English literature. So Tora puts out, hello, everyone. This is Tora. I fucked up. That's all I can really say about it. No matter what I say as an excuse, I will take accountability for it. All of it. Do not go after anyone else not involved. So right off the bat, he's downplaying it. He's speaking of it vaguely. He's not directly saying what he did. That's the biggest thing to me if you do get called out for shit, the biggest thing is to actually own up to it, be able to say it directly if you're actually going to take accountability for it. Wicked goes on to say, improper way to admit guilt / start an apology. Apology begins about them and not the victim. Like, yeah, it's literally about him. Don't look for scheming? What do you mean? TLDR, accept my failure and graduate entirely. I'm not going on hiatus. There will be no alternate persona. It is a complete graduation. Wicked comments, unnecessary to add at the beginning. Reads as a pity party before the apology begins, which, yeah. What I will say first is thank you to everyone who ever did believe in me, past or present. I am sorry to make it end in such a way. I appreciate all the good times and bad. I genuinely did enjoy talking to so many of you. I made a lot of close friends and was able to meet so many amazing people. I know it was wrong because of why I will... I did X. I know it was wrong because of why I will improve in the future. He's canceling himself. Well, what was it? H Bomber guy's video when he was talking about what was it? Philip, like the first section after the preamble, when he was talking about Philip and how he was responding to getting called out for plagiarism. He was H-Bomb had said how the guy would talk about things vaguely so that you start wondering what actually happened, so you start to forget what did actually happen. Like, he makes it I fucked up. That's all I can really say about it. No matter what I say as an excuse, I will take accountability for it. All of it. But he doesn't specify what it is. He's making it sound vague, like you can play whatever you want in your mind to think about it, and really not how you want to address accusations of sexual assault. Wicked saying this first paragraph here was love bombing, guilt tripping, bringing up happy memories to persuade the audience the apology isn't about something as serious as they think. There are probably a lot of people who think badly of me from word of mouth, from seeing how I may interact with others and how I generally post whatever I feel like saying. I'm 100% sure there are many people that thought, this guy is just a flirt, or that guy is a clout chaser, or that guy artificially inflates his numbers, and so on and so on. And likewise, there may be people who always thought, nah, he's not that bad, he is just dumb, like, immediately trying to muddy the waters about what's actually going on. He's downplaying this shit. Wicked's comment, nothing here applies to the apology. It's an attempt to make the reader feel guilty about their own thoughts. Whether accurate or not, they do not apply to the situation. Literally, yeah, it's just muddying the waters. I've been called out by many to be tactless and insensitive to others many times. I will say that when it happened, I tried my best to improve. Of course, the results in the end are what matter. Forgiveness is provided by victims, and many times there is no reason for there to be any forgiveness. Whatever intentions you have do not directly correlate to what is perceived. This sounds like jibber jabber to me. Wicked's comment, this entire paragraph is a lot of words that simply boil down to nothing. It's the last sentence, however, that gets me. Whatever intentions you have do not directly correlate with what is perceived. Let's put this in smaller words. Whatever goals you have in mind don't relate to what you see. This sentence is telling the audience, I think you have an agenda you're using against me, and you're using my sexual assault as a means to cancel me. Which is the vibe I've been getting. Hey Lena, how you doing? We're talking about sexual assault. So, trigger warning. There are a couple things that were said in the document which can make everything seem infinitely worse than how it was initially. Your side is valid, correct. However, so is Lily's side. You can't begin your apology with the waffle above and then turn around and say Lily's side was just an attempt to drag your name through the mud. We'll see, by your own words in this document, that your own document actually makes the situation incredibly worse. And I did do a little foreshadowing talking about how he's trying to sell his model. First and foremost, it's no secret that I flirt around with a lot of people. Wicked's note, first sentence invalidates the other paragraph regarding people perceiving you as a flirt, and you alluding to how that's wrong or a jab at the audience. This guy is just a flirt. Yeah, like, man, this dude. It's going to get a little confusing and tricky, so I do highly recommend taking the time to read the text that I'm going to keep on the screen. Red is the person with the background in psychology knowing what they're talking about. Most of the time it would just be compliments or not safe for work compliments. Further context is necessary. Where do these comments occur? Are they comments to random people you just met or friends? That is a big thing to pay attention to. Is it somebody that actually wants to see those comments? That led to nowhere. I sometimes would end up engaging in intimate online relationships with others. When it came to a very not safe for work relationship such as these, I 100% made sure that there was no dedicated commitment, and it was not expected for me to purely talk to that single person, with many other people also providing their insight and personal experiences. If those ever came off as crude and disgusting, I am sorry for that. 100% of the time, I was either teasing or making a nasty joke, but sometimes I clearly forgot to ask if something like that was all right to say. Or, you know, adding a VTuber you hardly know to a list titled Tora's Harem. Like, I don't think we actually had a direct conversation. We might have. I won't be able to find out now. Probably. I think I'm shadow banned. Whatever. My story in this is not relevant. I am just conveying I am just doing what I can to help spread the reach of what actually happened. Where was I? Your inability to understand that this is crude and disgusting is unsettling and shows you simply cannot see how your actions are inappropriate. You do not apologize for them. You apologize if the audience of them sees them as crude. This is going back to the you're not sorry you did it, you're sorry you got caught. It's running in the same vein. Or it continues, I had to learn a lot about conversing properly in an online setting throughout the years. I still have a lot more to learn. Not an excuse, never will be. Like, you can find flirty VTubers. They exist, but they're not every single fucking VTuber. Tora continues, I've also been raised to give others affection through words. Wicked's comment, there is a difference in affection through words and love bombing for control / to get what you want. They exist, wink wink. Yes, they actually do. I can give you a list if you want. I can name at least 2 off the top of my head that enjoy hearing that, you know, they like when people enjoy their voices or their content. Talking about self? I'm okay with it, but I mean, I know, like, specifically it's their kink that they enjoy hearing that people get off to just their voice kind of thing. For me, I don't care that much. Let's see. Tora continues, if I have the knowledge that someone is a minor / can't consent to a non-safe for work, I would never engage in non-safe for work conversation. I tell everyone that I think is nice, cool, caring, etc. that I love you. Wicked's comment, love bombing, I love you carried heavy weight with some people. Because it's diluted to you does not mean it's diluted to others. You simply do not take your conversation partner's feelings into consideration when communicating with them. Tora, everyone who is in my family and my friends knows that I tell everyone that I love them. Wicked, again, not an excuse. These are friends and family, not people online. Not people you want to, quote, have seggy time with on a trip. Tora, I apologize if this makes anyone uncomfortable, but I am not being malicious by calling someone that I considered a younger sibling cute. This is nothing but a burger apology. I'm sorry if you took offense, but it wasn't so like. Likewise, if a minor was to engage in not safe for work talk with me, I would immediately retract and stop interacting, which is, well, what you should expect. Second, I would like to assess the issue of me cheating with my current partner. Not the issue. At least to me. I don't give a shit if VTubers are cheating on their partners. I give a shit if VTubers are sexually assaulting their friends at conventions. I feel there's crosstalk. There is a little crosstalk. I'm just going to skip past the cheating stuff because I just don't give a shit. Third most important topic at hand, the event at the Airbnb. There's a lot of hearsay of exactly what happened. I mean, it's not like there's a recording of it, is there? God, I hope not. You later prove in this document, Wicked responses. Excuse me. Either she told him something different or he trying to mislead. Honestly, I don't even know if it's malicious or not, but I do know that Twitter loves to take any sort of discourse and run with it and like paint the people they hate in as bad a light as possible. So like personally, I've known of a few VTubers that have been like, you're a cheater, and I'm like, I don't give a shit. Why does it matter to me? I guess I don't care because I'm not trying to pursue any type of relationship with other creators. Man, people are stupid. Okay, Wicked's comment, you later prove in this document that it wasn't hearsay, but actual truth. This tells me that you still don't understand the ramifications and intentions of your own actions. It's concerning because we have seen the term, he's changed, thrown around, and if you don't see your actions as a problem, you cannot change. Tora continues, this is unfortunate because of everything that has been said about the event was from an undocumented night with only memories from 9+ months ago from various accounts. It was a very emotional time for everyone involved. In the event, there were 3 people involved. Lily, Tora, and Lasers. What he's being called out for is not the HoloLive concert stuff. This is just distracting people from what they should be focusing on. Context for what had occurred in the months prior. Me and Lily were planning to be intimate physically the night before or the night after the HoloLive concert. Show the screens. Okay, so he's showing screens that were only showed in Lily's document. Okay. Where was I? Right here. We both mutually agreed that we would show the screens. Motherfucker. You're going to show screens later in the document. Why can't you show this? I had asked her several times whether or not she wanted to continue with the plan leading up to the vacation. She had agreed with me every time. I would not have continued if she said no a single time. Directly after the Hololive concert, I decided to tell Lily that, quote, I would no longer like to continue with the arrangement. I want to commit to someone else, my current partner, and stop what is between us, me and Lily, before it gets any worse. Which apparently he said before going to standing on top of him. Well, I mean, yes, screenshots can be faked, but at least it's an attempt to try and prove something. Because, like, he's right here, he's complaining about, oh, it's all hearsay. And then he's going into hearsay himself. That's my issue. He's not really trying to substantiate it. He's just trying to be heard out. Trying to make it that you're listening to his hearsay. That's how I'm reading it. While waiting for the Uber and driving all the way towards the Airbnb, Lily was not very talkative. Very understandable due to hearing a big change in plans than what was previously mentioned. Wicked comment, I want the audience of this checks to read that Tora admits Lily was not talkative or responsive right here. Yeah, like, that definitely means go ahead with doing stuff. Tora continues, I had immediately become very anxious at Lily becoming nonverbal and proceeding to ask her if she was all right. My form of being annoying and prodding in general is to ask things such as, are you still my friend? Do you love me? I still love you, Lily. Please don't be mad at me, and so forth. Holy shit, dude, the manipulation. Wicked's comment, your psychological love bombed her right there. You textbook followed exactly what it means to love bomb someone to get the outcome you desired. Yeah, it's, are you still my friend? That is so fucking manipulative. I would continue being petty and prodding by doing it while poking her and holding her hand. Inappropriate. You told a woman after planning for days, weeks, months, whatever, that you no longer wanted to have sex with her. That's your right. You have every right to, even to the last second, back out. What you don't have the right to do is continually play with her emotions and manipulate her when she's clearly nonverbal. Tora continues, we had a fun time playing games and indulging in different substances late into the night. This does not help. Wicked's comment, substance inclusion, feels like this might become a cop-out later if your apology doesn't go according to plan. It really has no merit in the document here other than to pave the way for such later on. Tora continues, me and Lily did not feel like taking an Uber all the way back to downtown, so we decided to sleep on the couch provided at the Airbnb. Everyone headed to bed, and I was still feeling upset even by now. Lily did not reciprocate any of my attempts to talk with me. So she's not talking to you, so the proper response is to jump on top of her, kiss her on the cheek. Good thinking there, dude. Wicked's comment, she's mad at you, accept it, move on, read a room, read a person, understand the feelings of the person you are attempting to be friends with. Tora, I wish to emphasize how explicitly careful I am now. Wicked says you will never know, but your over-exaggeration at this upcoming detail is uncanny on how liars over-exaggerate details to make the story more believable. You believe by telling us how careful you were that will believe you entirely. Your actions in the raw form should speak for themselves. Tora continues, I know by now I will not engage in any sexual activity with Lily. I just want her to talk to me and tell me she doesn't hate me anymore. I wanted my friend to tell me she was okay, and if she communicated that she wanted me to stop bothering her at any time, I would. I decided to bother her some more before we go to sleep as one final attempt. Bother or talk? She was laying down on the couch with a blanket on top of her. I decided to sit around her knee area like I was sitting down on the couch normally with my legs dangling on the floor. Oh, it's bother. Why touch her at all? It's a couch. Sit on the floor in front of her. Have an adult conversation with her. She isn't a cat. You don't need to sit on her. I don't think at this point he's describing sitting on her. Like she's curled up on the couch and he's kind of sitting at her knees, like right next to her knees, not on top of her. I explicitly do not use my hands at all. Okay, this doesn't negate anything. Sexual acts don't always need hand touches. Tora continues, I was not going to do anything not safe for work, like touching thighs, buttocks, breasts, crotch, or etc. I would not use my hands to touch anything. Wicked, why are you obsessed with your hands here? You're in her space, violating her space, violating the space with someone who isn't talking to you. Consent's not given. She's clearly upset. I continue sitting on her. Oh, okay, so literally admitting to sitting on her. My mistake right there. He already, wronged with him? Maybe Twitter was talking PR move? What? But yes, I think his document is an attempt at PR that just proved to backfire. Sitting on someone is a form of control. It psychologically tells the victim that you are in control. They cannot leave. They're stuck under you. And still no response. Non-consent. I decide to lean over and whisper, Lily, I love you. You're still my friend, right? Wicked. This is intimate, inappropriate, and where the sexual assault really starts to reach its peak. Love bombing combined with physical restraint. Tora, once again, I do not utilize any sexual or deep voice at all because I would not be engaging in any not safe for work activity. Wicked, you're physically controlling them. At this point, I don't care if you speak like Pee Wee Herman. You are sexually assaulting this woman. Tora, this was my annoying, petty, and high-pitched voice that I used to annoy others. Even then, there was no response, and I finished by kissing her on the cheek. Absolutely non-consent. Something that I unironically would do with my straight male friends to get on their nerves. Wicked, your nothing burger excuse doesn't invalidate what you did. You have problems, fix them. Don't use them as an excuse to sexually harass someone. Tora, I decided to stop there because I wouldn't go any further than that. I still wouldn't touch her with my hands. I wouldn't move my legs to straddle her, and I wouldn't kiss her on the mouth. Wicked's comment, oh, I'm so glad your sexual assault has limits. Goodness, we're lucky, aren't we? Sarcasm. You do not get to decide what's sexual harassment. Your victim does. Those of us who have gone through sexual harassment read the signs, and they're clear as day. Tora continues. An unfortunate coincidence is because I was moving around a lot and still not sleeping. A mutual friend had said out loud, "What are you guys doing?" right as I did the last thing. What does this have to do with anything? From what I recall, didn't Lily say she verbally said, "What the fuck are you doing?" And that's when she actually got talkative in this instance of not being talkative? He is mind-luring? Yes. I don't think I know that term, but it sounds accurate. I then laid down on my side of the couch, messed around with my phone, and eventually fell asleep. In the end, this is something that, in the perception of Lily, correct. This is the perception. This perception is the one that matters. I was very intimate and breach of trust from a close friend. My intention was to be annoying and make them talk to me again. I was never told by Lily that she felt uncomfortable even as the event occurred, and we both went to sleep. Wicked responding, she was nonverbal and refusing to communicate with you. You were psychologically manipulating her, controlling her, and physically sitting on her. No, it doesn't have to be spoken. Tora continues, the following day I was never told she felt uncomfortable and we both said goodbye to each other normally when we separated. I went home and did not contact her for a while because I wanted to give her space since being childish wasn't working. This is why you be an adult. She confronted me on the 13th of July and wanted closure on our events. She quite literally says in the document that I did, in fact, apologize, but not explicitly. Wicked's note. Cool, but this doesn't change what you did. It also doesn't address the fact that you don't see your actions for what they are. Okay, so far just going through this, I definitely believe that Wicked has their background in psychology. They really seem to know what they're talking. AKA the assault, I confronted him on the 13th. This is a screenshot of Lily's own document where he's highlighting my brain saying, no, don't do that. None of it is your fault, by the way. It's all on me. Even after further asking if she would want to talk more about anything in specific, she says there's nothing else to say. I push no further. I assume everything has been resolved. Lily, no matter what, if I'm dating someone, I would still say that I love you. It's like how I say I love my roommates, I love my parents, I love my friends. I will say there is platonic love and all that. It's very important to establish those boundaries, but it's still no excuse for the actions taken that we've gone over. I love you because we've been good friends for so long, though I guess if you want me to stop saying that to you, then I can. Whatever you're comfortable with this with. Lily responds, please, for now, please don't, because it's messing with my head and it's upsetting, especially with all the previous content or context. Excuse me. Highlighted segment. We can stop for now and talk more later whenever you want to. Just let me know. Thumbs up. Lily, I'm not sure what more there is to say. So Tora continues, every single DM afterwards is us talking normally, and this is not brought up ever again. We interacted with each other similarly to how we did before. I had collaboration streams, voice calls, and many Discord messages of us goofing around. There was no further communication about this topic until a couple days ago. Wicked's comment, I refused to talk about my sexual assaults for years until after they happened. It can take a long time to process. Sometimes we develop issues that we had no clue were related to the situation. It isn't until we self-check on ourselves do we finally piece things together. Tora continues, I will say that in person I have quite literally never done anything except for hugging other females in the entire 9+ months that this occurred. I have only been intimate with my partner. Wicked's response does not negate what you did. No reason to state this. Well, I mean, it is pretty telling that when it is pretty telling when I see the use of the term females when talking about women. I never did anything except for hugging other females in the 9 months. Like, that's the connotation it gives off to me when I see people refer to women as females. Tora continues, to let myself and the rest of everyone involved move on, I decided that I will be graduating. This means I will be ending all content creation on all platforms and eventually stop using my Discord. Anyone who wished to remove me on things like mutual video games or Steam, feel free to do so. I don't intend to return to another account, and I don't intend to return after quote, everyone forgets. I will separate myself completely from content creation. I understand that some will say good riddance and some will say too hasty of a decision. Wicked's comment, it's not a hasty decision. No one in good faith would support this document of yours. Females are other according to me. Fair. Drives me nuts. Females feel very other vibes. Yeah, it's otherizing. It's actually, unironically, a little dehumanizing. Because, like, what women actually wants to be referred to as females? I mean, I guess conservative women. Tora continues, this is something that I promised in order to be better as a person. I appreciate everything good that has happened to me, and I will use my bad memories as a learning experience. Thank you. How? When you don't even realize it? Wicked's comment, how when you don't even realize you were committing the act? Yeah, like, so far it doesn't seem like it really doesn't seem like Tora recognizes what he actually did, like what the actual problems were. Goodbye. And then the bit about selling his model and his art, like, nobody's going to buy it. Wicked's note on this, I know you guys think this is bad. I think it's drama. Personally, I consider crimes to not be drama, but it does lead to a lot of Twitter discourse, which ends up becoming drama. And if you phrase that the wrong way, you can get canceled on Twitter. I know, it's happened to me. Wicked's comment, do you not see how distasteful, tactful, tacky, inappropriate, uncalled for, uncouth, and narcissistic this is to include this? Not only that, but your artists are probably seething at this behavior right now. Your own soundtrack artist says you don't have permission to resell. Oh, right, I forgot I thought I had bookmarked it. But I do know model artist right here was like, yeah, no, you're not reselling my stuff. His background music artist was also like, yeah, no, you're not reselling my stuff. So even after all that document he put out, he still gets pushed back and puts out one final tweet before, doing this to his account. Final edition message before I delete everything. I hurt a lot of people and it's my fault. It has been a long time coming, and I've gotten what I deserve. He's making it all about himself. I'll be paying for it by losing everything and everyone I've known for this entire time. Please do not attack anyone else who may be involved or want to share their opinion. Unironically, who is on your side? I've, of course, seen many nasty messages to myself and to many others. I appreciate all constructive messages that criticize me or want to believe I'll learn from this. Personally, I hope you learn from this, Tora. I don't believe you will. Given what I've seen so far, I don't think you've properly recognized the issues. To those who wanted to believe that I can be a better person or those who wanted to believe that I can be a better person are appreciated. I don't care if you appreciate my feelings or not. I will also no longer be selling anything because he got caught selling anything since you would need permission from the artist to do so. Any artist that I've commissioned is now allowed to do whatever they wish. They could do it already. I hope anyone affected negatively can move on in life. I won't be returning on any content creation platform, and hopefully this will all be something to learn from to myself and everyone else involved. I say there's always a deeper hole to dig, and well, he keeps going. Oh, fuck. I could have just run away completely, pretending that my time here was all a dream. I only made these final statements because I know a lot of people would want closure instead of he just left. Ah, Tomato Master, yes. Yes. That sums it up. Boycott Planet Fitness? I don't fucking know. Twitter sucks. Twitter's weird. God, that's... yeah, that's it from the Torakaru stuff. Yeah, like right there, that I wanted to give closure really screams main character syndrome to me, because like he didn't properly seem to acknowledge what he actually did was horrible. He didn't directly address what he did. He seemed to have talked about it only in the vague. But there is also a part of me that's like, with how many times he said, I'm going away and not coming back, I really wonder if he will just be coming back. Because, like, you can use I need a sippy. You can use speech to text to speech programs. You can use alt accounts. You can't properly prove that you're staying away, really. Trying to pull a pick of me? How do you mean pull a pick of me? Because Pick-a-Me was an agency VTuber that planned their graduation and then graduated and then came back as a new VTuber at a different agency, but now she owns the rights to her current design. Yeah, because like Pick-a-Me had changed the... What's it? Because Pick-a-Me did graduate and then come back as a different VTuber. That actually happens all the time. Excuse me. Speaking of incidents, did that plagiarism guy actually game end themselves? James Somerton? Not that I can confirm. Like, this is completely unrelated. I'm gonna wrap up my thoughts before I dive into some Somerton stuff. But yeah, this people, make sure you get your verbal consent. It's not just body language, because sometimes people react impulsively. They just want to try and make things go smoothly so that it doesn't come to the worst situation. Yeah. Get your verbal consent. If you're unsure if you're unsure if the person's interested in you, give them an out, give them space to do their own thing. And by like give them an out, like it's literally can be you get up, go to the bathroom, come back and sit down a few inches further than you did sit previously. Let them come to you, kind of thing. That is a very clear way of telling whether or not they're interested in you. Okay, as for the James Somerton thing, I did see that he posted about, if you're reading this, I'm already gone. I scheduled it before I left. All the proceeds of any money in my videos coming back up I've left directions to give that money towards the Canadian Association for Suicide Prevention. And then there's like nothing about it. And I'm very, very sure that if he did, we'd be able to find an obituary. because I know his ex-writer had said there's nothing to worry about. Looks like Dexerto put out an article March 12th that is confirmed safe after parent suicide note goes viral. Why is there a Mr. Beast ad on this? Like, it's a video, but it's an ad. Oh, I hate Dexerto. Oh, okay, so Kat, the editor and producer for H Bomber Guy, had said, I had heard that James is currently alive and physically safe. I don't know about his current mental state or what his next steps are, but I don't believe that I can disclose too much. Use his real name for content, not a pseudonym. You'd think people would use a pseudonym. I do. But yeah, it looks like James Somerton did not gamer himself. Okay, it's 11:30 for me. I'm not going to take like... Oh my god, this next segment is going to be the last one. It's going to be pretty long. I hope it's not going to be terribly, terribly long. Oh man, he got called out for plagiarism so many times, honestly. And then he like trained his audience to attack people that started pointing it out. Okay, this next segment's gonna hit pretty close to home. It's gonna get pretty emotional for me. Oh yeah, the attack mob thing is definitely a problem. Yeah, we're going to be talking about Toriyama. On March 1st, one of the most influential people of our lifetimes, of my lifetime for sure, passed away. And the news broke on March 7th, my time, March 8th, and Japan time, but nobody was prepared or ready to hear that Akira Toriyama had passed away. It was a huge, huge blow. Honestly, it felt like for a day, the world stood still and mourned, which is a huge thing for any individual. There are more than enough videos that go out there about how influential Akira Toriyama truly was. And I'm just going to go into a little bit about some of the mourning that I'd seen, I've got some of my own stuff to talk about. This is the official statement put out by, well, Dragon Ball. Dear friends and partners, we are deeply saddened to inform you that manga creator Akira Toriyama passed away on March 1st due to acute subdural hematoma, which not good. He was in age of 68. It is our deep regret that he still had several works in the middle of creation with great enthusiasm. Also, he would have many more things to achieve. However, he has left many manga titles and works of art to this world. Thanks to the support of so many people around the world, he has been able to continue his creative activities for over 45 years. We hope that Akira Toriyama's unique world of creation continues to be loved by everyone for a long time to come. We inform you this sad news with gratefulness for your kindness during his lifetime. Funeral service was held with his family and very few relatives. Following his wishes for tranquility, we respectfully inform you that we would not accept flowers, condolence gifts, visiting, offering, and others. Also, we ask you to refrain from conducting interviews with his family. Future plan for commemorating his gathering is not decided. We will let you know when it's confirmed. We deeply thank you for your understanding and support as always. March 8th, 2024, Bird Studio, Capsule Corporation, Tokyo. This man, Dragon Ball Z was really one of the things that really pushed me into getting into anime. It even got me started drawing a bit on my own, but I didn't really continue with that. I chose different artistic endeavors. Dexardo had put out that Akira Toriyama's assistant confirmed that the late artist had a brain tumor, and that's what ended up taking him from us. Literally, the Capsule Corporation. I can't confirm with 100%, but it really does seem like they have the actual Capsule Corporation as like a company, which I kind of really like. So, Anime Lover here, in the wake of this, put together a list of different some facts about Toriyama and just made a thread. Number 1, his favorite character in Dragon Ball is Piccolo. Personally, I loved Piccolo too. He was great. Number 2, he faced many rejections in Start, but Dr. Slump was his first successful project in 1980, and he was involved in multiple projects after that. Literally, the cover of the first Dr. Slump was this, and it just drew people the fuck in. Dragon Ball is before DBZ? Yep, it absolutely is. But I, being a Canadian, didn't really get to watch Dragon Ball on TV very much. I got to watch more Dragon Ball Z, but not Dragon Ball. Born in Aichi Prefecture in central Japan in 1955, Toriyama made his manga debut in 1978 with the adventure comic Wonder Island, published in Weekly Shonen Jump magazine. His Dr. Slump series, which started in 1980, was his first major hit. From what I had heard, Wonder Island was not well received, and then that actually inspired Toriyama to be like, I'm not going to stop until I make a hit manga. And then he makes Dr. Slump, which is a hit in Japan. From what I understand, it was to Japan, Dr. Slump was what Simpsons is to the West. I didn't watch, just found out when I saw the manga. Oh, totally fair. Toriyama's number 3, Toriyama's favorite new gen anime manga is Black Clover. I can't say I know them. Yuki Tabata is a manga artist best known for his series Black Clover. This series is published in Shueisha's Weekly Shonen Jump magazine, and Viz Media is publishing it in their Weekly Shonen Jump digital anthology magazine in the US. The plot centers around a boy named Asta who aims to be the Wizard King despite being born without any magic power, which everyone else has. He drew a Super Saiyan Goku for his Dragon Ball tribute. It was pretty great to see different people making their different Dragon Ball tributes to Toriyama. There was literally, it felt like the world stopped. It was just about Toriyama and his legacy for so long. Toriyama, in his last interview about his favorite current title, Toriyama, I haven't read much these days, laughs, but I really liked what I saw in Black Clover. The author has a great sense of impact and the protagonist is very charismatic. So, maybe check out Black Clover. It caught the eye of Toriyama. Number 4, Toriyama made Super Saiyan like that to save time and ink, which makes sense because it's like, instead of being black hair, where it takes up all the ink they got, it's got blonde hair, which takes less. In 2009, Dragon Ball's Super Exciting Guide, Akira Toriyama revealed some of the reasons Super Saiyan turned out the way they did. While Goku's striking eyes were inspired by Bruce Lee's commanding presence, the hair actually has a much more hilarious reason for being golden yellow. According to Toriyama, Super Saiyans have yellow hair entirely because it would be easier to draw. What's important to remember is that manga is in black and white, so extra time needs to be spent inking in the jet black hair of characters like Goku and Vegeta. With bright yellow hair, though, Goku's Super Saiyan transformation would be quicker and easier to ink. And if you want to see what the original concept for Super Saiyan was, take a look at the Lord Slug Dragon Ball Z movie, where you see like what is, I think, colloquially referred to as Super Saiyan Rage, where he's got like the golden aura, but his hair stays black despite being in the Super Saiyan pose. His eyes go white. It's pretty interesting, but I personally like where they landed off. Number 5, even though there have been some moments where Toriyama sounded lazy, but overall he was a very hardworking and dedicated person to his work. Special lesson, the untold story of the debut. I pulled 4 all-nighters, slept for 20 minutes, then pulled another 3 all-nighters. I felt like dying. Man, he pushed himself really hard, but it paid off for him. Number 6, Akira Toriyama was also a video game designer for Dragon Quest and Chrono Trigger. So I'm pretty sure you guys have seen at least the slime, which he like pioneered, popularized with Dragon Quest. That made a huge difference. And so many people consider Chrono Trigger to be like the best JRPG. I should play it. Remember the games that Toriyama was involved in? Dragon Quest, Blue Dragon, Chrono Trigger? I remember those. I should play them. Actually, one of the first consoles that I owned entirely on my own that I bought was a Nintendo Entertainment System, an NES. At that time, like, PlayStation 2 was already out, so I was buying a retro console. But the first game I got on it was Dragon Quest. I actually really liked that original Dragon Quest, even though I never beat it. 7. He never planned to become a shonen battle manga writer. Toriyama initially planned on being a gag manga artist, and that is visible in his comedic dialogues and humor. His editor is the one who suggested it to him to write battle manga. Number 8. He started writing manga for money in the start and almost about to quit before his success. Only reason Akira Toriyama kept drawing manga was because he was stubborn after his first attempts were considered flops. His pride wouldn't let him quit after that initial failure. A good editor is essential for market research? Absolutely. Toriyama loved collecting cars and bikes. Or number 9, he liked collecting cars and bikes. His love for automobiles was visible in his work. Man, remember the driving filler episode in Dragon Ball Z? That was great. And like how Dragon Ball literally starts off with Goku getting hit by a car and then chucking it across the road. Wild. Number 10, Akira Toriyama was a big Jackie Chan fan, and Jackie Chan also loved Dragon Ball. So it's no real surprise that the story of Son Goku is very heavily influenced by the Chinese folklore tale. I think it was called Journey to the West, about Sun Wukong, the monkey god. I don't know the full lore about that. But it was like Goku was initially heavily inspired by that. Number 11, Toriyama loved to take name inspiration of characters from daily life things like fruits, vegetables, drinks, food items, and random things. For example, he named Dabura after Abacadabra he used in magic shows. Like in the original Japanese... No. There. In the original Japanese, he was actually Dabra without the U, so Dabura. Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo, all that fun stuff. Mr. Satan's pretty easy. Videl, Devil, that's pretty funny. Frieza, Freezer, Cooler. King Cold. It's no surprise that he loved his naming puns. I respect that. Number 12, after his suggestions were rejected in Dragon Ball Evolution, Toriyama decided to revive the series with Battle of Gods. Quote, they didn't really listen to me. Akira Toriyama was heartbroken with Hollywood's unforgivable Dragon Ball movie after trying to save it desperately. Subtle foreshadowing. We will get into this a little bit later. Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama was initially supportive of the announcement of a live-action adaptation and asked fans to treat the film as a different interpretation of his work. But after watching the film, he was so horrified at this adaptation of his work that he decided to revive the series with the animated film Dragon Ball Z Battle of Gods 2013. He later revealed that he wasn't allowed to have any creative input on the film, and all his suggestions were rejected. Number 13. Akira Toriyama won many great awards, like one by the France government, but was a very private person, so Akio Ioku received the medal for him. Akira Toriyama named Knight of the Order of Arts and Letters. Ministry of Culture of France awarded him with Knight of the Order of Arts and Letters. Wow, like France knighted him. That's pretty respectful. That's pretty awesome. Number 14. Akira Toriyama was so passionate about his work that despite being ill, he was constantly working on projects like Daima and Sandland. For those of you that don't know, Dragon Ball Daima is still in development. It's still coming out. And I believe Sandland is also going to be a game? I don't know much about that one. Takeo Koyama reveals that Toriyama had been ill since last year, which is unfortunate and understandable why they wouldn't break that news before they had to. It looks like Daima is like they're being kids again, so I don't know how that's going to go. I have high hopes because I like Akira Toriyama. Number 15, Toriyama's final comments from December 2023. Finally, I would like to thank everyone who has supported me so far. I am not sure how much more I can do, as I am not very confident about my health, probably due to my lifestyle when I was younger, but I will try my best to create more interesting pieces of work, so please continue to support me. End of thread. Please tell me if I missed something. Thanks, Toriyama-sensei, for everything. And honestly, this was so much of the response. I personally didn't see anybody really trying to like disgrace the dude's legacy. Nothing came across my feed in that regard. But here we have the Super Chronicles, which is sharing Toriyama's final comments from December 2023. Akira Toriyama was announced to have won the Lifetime Achievement Award at the Tokyo Anime Award Festival 2024 on December 14th, 2023. He was supposed to receive an award on stage during the festival from March 8th to 11th, 2024. However, we do have his comments on winning the award revealed in the pamphlet of the award show. Following is the translation. To be honest, I never had much interest in anime, and even when my work was made into animated format, I felt embarrassed to admit that I did not watch much of it. Apologies to the staff. About 10 years ago, out of the blue, I was asked to revise the script for the Dragon Ball animated film, and I drew some simple designs for the characters and background. I thought, I can leave the difficult part for staff. Laughs. Thus, it is truly embarrassing that I am the recipient of the Tokyo Anime Awards Festival Lifetime Achievement Award. Thank you very much. One of my most unforgettable moments in animation works is when I met the late animator Toyo Ashida for an anime project called Kosuke-sama Rikimaru-sama, which was produced for the Shonen Jump original. This project did not have a manga, so a meeting was held. He was an amiable person, and we quickly bonded. And every time I saw his drawing style, I was moved by his careful and swift touch. I thought, all right, I guess this kind of touch I need to speed up the drawing process and make Dragon Ball look much smoother. The drawing time was reduced to about 2/3 of what it used to be. We influenced each other in many ways, and I think it was a truly fulfilling time. I pray for the repose of Ashida-san's soul. I personally don't know who they are. Amiable, welcoming, and friendly. Honestly, everything I've heard about Toriyama that's the vibe he also gave, so. Dragon Ball Daima will be rolled out in 2024, was originally planned to be an original anime series without me, but as I gave advice here and there, I ended up getting deeply involved with the project without realizing it. I was not only involved in the overall storyline, but also in the worldview, character design, mecha, and other aspects. I hope you will enjoy watching the series, which I believe is not only intense and action-packed, but also full of plenty of substance. Finally, I would like to thank everyone who has supported me so far. I am not sure how much more I can do, as I am not confident with my health, probably due to my lifestyle when I was younger, but I will try my best to create more interesting pieces of work, so please continue to support me. Oh, dude got so much support. It actually took a while for Masako Nozawa to release a statement, but when she did, this is what she had to say. And for those who aren't aware, Masako Nozawa is the Japanese voice actor for Goku, Gohan, and Goten, I believe. The entire Sun family. Quote, I don't want to believe it. My head is empty because I don't want to think about it. Even so, every time I see Goku, I will remember what Toriyama Sensei said to me. You will take care of Goku, won't you? I cherish that moment. It makes me think I will stay by Goku's side until my strength runs out completely. Sensei, please watch over us from the heavens. We hope you depart in peace. Masako Nozawa. You've read a lot today? Yeah, it's been a lot of reading today. On top of that, Ryo Horikawa, the voice of Vegeta, also made a statement. There were a lot of statements made. It was a bolt out of the blue, and even now I am filled with disbelief. The series had just begun a new journey. The story was supposed to be more and more thrilling and exciting. It is too sudden. It's a pity. Thank you very much for giving birth to this wonderful work. Please rest well. Where are we at? Right. And even here, Sean Shamel, the English voice of Goku, also put out a statement shared his thoughts on Akira Toriyama's passing.
We tend to treat our celebrities like objects. And I just want to remind everybody, my first thought when all this went down was, Akira Toriyama's actual family and the people he knew and the people of Japan at large and the Japanese cast is who I'm thinking about. It's not that I don't have love and respect for American fans, but I did want to respect the public space of them to be able to articulate their feelings without, the commingling of everything else, and you know what I mean? And there's a lot of, and it's a different thing for me, I think, than it is for the cast than it is for fans at large, even though we're fans in our own way. And it hit me pretty hard from a lot of perspectives. And the reason the title of this stream is Akira Toriyama Sensei Saved My Life and I Never Even Met Him is not a metaphor. It's quite literal. And I'll explain it here in a second. But what I wanted to do with everybody is I wanted everybody just want to have a moment of silence where everybody doesn't type in the chat for a second. And I wanted everybody to think about how, because here's what's astounding about this man. And he's not the only one who's been able to do this, but it's probably a handful of people on Earth who've been able to do this. Think about just what one person can do. In this case, Akira Toriyama Sensei, with a pen and a staggering imagination. Just staggering. I am an ant, folks, compared to that, And I can't even wrap my head around it, And so what I wanted to do is just kind of take a moment of silence here in a second. And I want everybody to think about like how directly this art and this man and his actions by making this show and this manga especially changed your life and affected you, and how it, we're all here talking to each other because of it. I can say for me personally, and I'll go into it later, I have some old school homie friends, a few from childhood and a few from my classical music days. But the vast majority, 95, 99% of every single close friend I have, and my partner, and everything you see in this room, everything is just because he decided to pick up a pen and start drawing. And if that doesn't inspire you, I don't know what will. But there's a number of things I can say. But before I do that, we'll do the silence here in a second. I want to get a few things off my chest, but I remember, Pete Townsend was talking about how a bunch of his friends had died who were famous people, and it was on some interview, and he was upset because he was like, you're heroes, but they're my friends, And I never met him. Obviously, we were not friends, but I have met some of the Japanese cast, and I know they've got to be just, I can't even imagine. And they lost one of their own, you know what I mean? Like, so for me, I wanted to respect that. Like, we all love him, and we love Japan, and but they lost a national treasure for them and for the world. And so I wanted to really just take a space to grieve myself and to process it myself, and to let them have their space to process it them. And it reminds me, what I think is really beautiful, especially what Masako Nozawa is doing, I really am, so blown away by her, is, she said something on a panel a long time ago that came to mind, and I now understand a little bit better. And I remember she was on a panel with me, and through some broken English, she said, and it was very adorable, she said at the very end, Goku's everybody's friend. And I remember thinking, no, he's not. If he comes and messes with your planet, he'll kill you. But that's not what she meant, I don't think. I'm speculating here. I have some food on my face. I said, did I not wipe up after dinner? I don't know. Or maybe that's just the shadow of my stubble growing in. I I had dinner a little while ago, but and I realized that like while there's a lot of fighting in Dragon Ball, what's really cool about it, and think about every moment in Dragon Ball when the shit hits the fan, everybody's coming together, they're doing Spirit Bomb energy, they're collecting their Dragon Balls together. There's always a moment, even in I can't remember if it was in Battle of Gods, where everybody's just, Goku, and they're all, everyone's together, and that's really, really beautiful. Like, think about just this comic, this art, this manga, it's brought countries together. Like, I'm sure, Japan-American relations, like, I would even wager that, like, if for some reason we had a conflict with Japan and manga or Akira Toriyama or Dragon Ball didn't exist, I think that we could avoid conflict if had that happen. Meaning, if there was ever a problem, I feel like the art and the love and would save us. I think if we'd had manga and well, maybe they did exist during World War II and World War I. I think there's no big conflict. I just think it would just bring everybody together. And the reason I bring that up is because this is why I'm so passionate and serious about my art. Stop giving me your money. Yeah, I don't want to. This is not monetized. Like, this is. I'm seeing people monetize on Akira Toriyama's death, and I'm disgusted by it. So, that's people, but what they're gonna do. But I guess the point is that I was talking about Masako Nozawa and how Dragon Ball just brings everybody together. Like, it's a show about fighting that brings everybody together. Like, I mean, it's more than a show about fighting. But when I got on, when I first got on the show, I took the money I earned and I started going to therapy and working on myself and improving myself internally, just like Goku goes to the gym, et cetera, And I guess that's all I want to say right now until I think of something else because I got distracted by the chicken thighs. But the amount of love and the connection and the amount of rabid fans I've seen in the last 25 years just is a testament to the power of his storytelling ability and his ability to relay ideas visually. It's funny, when I first got on the show, I knew that a lot of comic book and manga artists, comic artists especially, will draw themselves into the show or into the art. And I looked at Goku and I'm like, and I saw a picture of Akira Toriyama and I was like, is he drawing himself into? I couldn't quite tell. And just out of the blue, after he passed, I saw a younger picture of him and he was making this like happy, excited face. And then I saw it. I was like, holy crap, he's that's the face. That's the Goku face when he's like, when he's all happy, which I've seen a jillion times. And I realized that as an actor, I've been channeling this character, in English for 25 years, this month, by the way. And possibly part of him. And I don't know him personally at all. I don't even know if it's right for me to say it, but that is an extraordinary honor. I don't even think I deserve it. It's extraordinary. And could refrain from sending energy or doing things that make the chicken thighs go off just while I'm talking for a little bit. I spent a lot of years in therapy and doing psycho-spiritual work and thinking about the connection of everything. And how I was a lost person when I got on the show, and I was really looking for the thing that would be my purpose in life, right? I thought it was French horn, and I was doing that for a while. And I'm not a big prayer guy. I'm a functional atheist and world's angriest Buddhist, but I did a little meditation, put it out in the universe, just give me something that I could commit to, that I would treat like gold. And right after that, I auditioned for Dragon Ball, and it was my first audition, and I got the lead, which was shocking and undeserving probably. And then I decided to go hard and just commit, which is what I do with art. When I'm passionate about something, it's go 100 bajillion% or go home. And that was true on French horn. It's true on Dragon Ball as well. It's just how some people think I take it too seriously, and then I go, well, that's why I'm good at it.
Oh my god, yeah. God, Sean, if you ever see this video, you lived up to it, man. Your screams are just top notch, and I'm pretty sure Akira was proud of you for those. So continuing on, here's a quote from Toriyama about his involvement about Dragon Ball Daima. Dragon Ball Daima, which will be rolled out in 2024, was originally planned to be an original anime series without me, but as I... Okay, yeah, I did actually go over that previously. When I say the world stopped, I don't just mean, like, fans have stopped. The Naruto series creator, yes, I did. Masashi Kishimoto even put out his own statement. The creator of Bleach, Tite Kubo, put out his own statement, along with sharing Dragon Ball inspired art. I love seeing this. The Dragon Ball art from the creators of the different big anime, Bleach, One Piece, Ichiro Oda even commented on it, including with this picture of Luffy and Goku, and honestly, I think they'd be best friends. And seriously, the world stopped. President of France shares an autographed illustration by Toriyama. To Akira Toriyama and his millions of fans who grew up with him, which I'm pretty jealous of that. El Salvador had made a declaration of nationwide mourning for Akira Toriyama. I'm sure there were even more countries that have put out a statement, but the big one to me was this, really. China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs expresses condolences on Akira Toriyama's passing, and there is no doubt that this story of Dragon Ball really helped really helped with the Japan-China relations, because let's be real, they were pretty rocky, and then having Dragon Ball become like this global phenomena based off of Chinese mythology, they seem pretty happy about that. I believe this is all.
我们对鸟山明先生逝世表示深切的哀悼。
I can't understand. I believe their condolences. Something that this Twitter user, Matt Alt, put out that caught my attention. I'm old taku enough to remember Osamu Tezuka's death in 1989. I see echoes of it in the response of to Akira Toriyama's passing. Tezuka called Toriyama almost too good and his heir apparent. Toriyama wrote, "Without Tezuka's work, I don't think I'd have become the artist I am." So, for those of you who don't know, Tezuka was the guy that was the mangaka behind Astro Boy and Kimba the White Lion. And Toriyama had looked up to Tezuka. It was a big impact on Toriyama when he passed away, and now Toriyama has that effect on everyone else. Yasushi Yamaguchi, designer of Tails from the Sonic the Hedgehog series, explains how he modeled Sonic and Tails' relationship after Piccolo and Gohan. If it wasn't for Dragon Ball, their relationship would never have existed. Thank you, Toriyama Sensei. So it's pretty wild to me. Like, I know we all recognize the influence of where Super Sonic came from, but I didn't actually know that Sonic and Tails' relationship was modeled after Piccolo and Gohan. That is a pretty nice little fun fact to me. There was somebody, like, there was discourse about somebody trying to slander Toriyama's name with bringing up how the depiction of Mr. Popo isn't exactly PC. Granted, it was done in like the 70s, 80s. A different time. But like I didn't actually look into it a whole lot. I wasn't too concerned about diving into that one. But let's see what this guy has to say.
So tell me while I'm scrolling through Twitter, right? And I see this tweet come across my timeline that says, y'all are saying rest in power for a man who literally designed this racist ass character design. Now, we all watch Dragon Ball Z, so we've seen Mr. Popo before, but I can understand why this person got mad because this nigga looks like it. Look at this nigga. I can't believe this nigga chose to disrespect Akira Toriyama on the day of his death. Well, since you want to send Akira Toriyama off with that, let's see if we can send you off with this. Nigga, if you don't get your big ass Bridget from Trolls Rage, Shinron, Elder Guru, Majin Buu, Fat Gotenks, Hoggers, Greedly, Janemba, Black Yajirobe, Luffy, Get for a Tank Man, Grimace, Queen, Big Mom, Gloria from Madagascar, PJ from a Goofy movie, Grow Sister, Rasputia, BFB the Fag Man, Steel from Juice, Phazon Love, Big X the Plug. Look at this fat ass nigga. Fat nigga from 8 Mile, built ass, the fuck up out of here.
That I understand that he's emotional. I don't think that was the direction he should have gone with the response, personally. Because like I'm pretty sure Toriyama was asked about it previously, and he's like he never really thought about it too much. Is Diva from India? Well, I imagined some kind of Indian influence given the turban. What was I going to say? But from my understanding, Japan is definitely more conservative than America, than the West, broadly speaking, anyways. And to my understanding, Toriyama was literally the type of person that wanted to have everybody be able to be included. And yeah, Japan not racist, just homogenous. Yeah, I'd believe that. Like, I get where people are coming from with being the overly sensitive about it at like a very tiny little bit, but I still think it's a nothing burger to focus on when I'm pretty sure there were actually other black characters that weren't racist. The dude's impact on world culture, anime culture, the point should not be to focus on Mr. Popo's design. And Alexa, yeah, I did see those, at least some of those AI generated tributes to Toriyama, and frankly, I think that's more disrespectful. But you guys remember I talked a little bit about Dragon Ball Evolution, how it was mentioned earlier, and how that brought about Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Super coming to fruition. Well, IGN put out a tweet while paying tribute to the late Akira Toriyama. Justin Chatwin said, "Sorry we messed up that adaptation so badly," referring to Dragon Ball Evolution, the 2009 live-action adaptation that saw the actor take on the role of Goku. Personally, I don't think Justin here should be apologizing for it. The producers that didn't listen to Akira Toriyama should be the ones apologizing. Fun fact, Justin, while preparing for the movie, started reading Dragon Ball, and obviously, it's Dragon Ball, became a big fan. So when filming started and the entire script had suddenly changed, he was disappointed. I think this guy deserves a career comeback. Honestly, I would want to see him in something else too. Also, Piccolo's actor was a massive Dragon Ball fan already when he got cast. He was pissed at how garbage the new script was and that Piccolo wasn't green, so in the makeup room, he asked them to make him green, no matter what the director and producer said, because, quote, Piccolo is green. This dumpster fire had actors who cared deeply about the manga but got fucked over by the studio. I don't think the movie would have been amazing with a different script, but at least with these actors, there would have been some passion. It's been forever since I watched it, but don't blame the actors, blame the producers, directors. So as I'm closing this off, I would like to let everybody know about something. So April 5th is Akira Toriyama's birthday, and this Kaiji Von Tang suggests 9 a.m. Eastern is when the largest number of people on Earth are likely to be awake. So on this day and time, join us for a global moment to celebrate Toriyama Sensei by either trying to go Super Saiyan or raise your hands up to give him our energy. And I just think that's a sweet sentiment. We've got less than a month to train and try and become Super Saiyan. And one last thing to close off this segment. There was an update from Goku. Just received word from King Kai, legendary manga creator and the father of Dragon Ball, Akira Toriyama, has passed through the Otherworld check-in station. God. He made such a huge impact on the world. Yeah, you can DM me, whatever. It's all good. Over the last week or two, I've been going over a lot more and more Dragon Ball content because I grew up with Dragon Ball. It actually kind of means the world to me. It's one of my favorite series. It was what my oldest friend and I met my longest time friend. I met him in 4th grade. And what did we bond over? Dragon Ball Z. And one thing I actually realized recently is that... Wait, DM you that link. Can you remind me what link? I'm dumb. But that I was going over a Totally Not Mark video about the Majin saga, like the Buu saga and all that fun stuff, and it made me realize. Oh, for Super Saiyan Day? Yeah, I can link that in chat actually. What's it? I realized something when I was first watching the Majin Buu, or the Majin arc, the Buu arc, whatever you want to call it. And I was a kid back then. I didn't like the Great Saiyaman. I thought he was stupid. I thought he was just dumb kind of thing. And looking back now, I realize how amazingly well it foreshadowed the coming of Majin Buu. Like, the Majin arc literally starts off with Gohan being, or like, trying to be this fear-inspiring superhero with his wacky poses, and like every criminal he's trying to stop just laughs in his face until like he catches the bullets or lifts up a car or something. Then the fear truly sets in. And that was literally how Majin Buu was also introduced, revealed as the villain. You're told so much about how horrifying, how dangerous Majin Buu is. And then when he's finally released, he's this big, bubbly, fluffy, boo boo boo, boo boo boo, boo boo boo. While Kaioshin is like, we have to get out of here, there's no escaping, we will not survive. And a complete juxtaposition of what you're expecting and what you're told and what you see in front of you. And I just think, I have no idea if Great Saiyaman was intentionally meant to be a foreshadowing of Majin Buu. I don't think we ever will know, because one of Toriyama's greatest skills was that he didn't plan stuff out in advance super far. He really flew by the seat of his pants with his writing, with his manga. Sometimes it did show, and you could kind of tell when he didn't have much where else to go. But then when you look at like the Saiyan arc, the Frieza arc, the Cell arc, they all did feel like a coherent story from start to begin, so to speak. But the dude was skilled. He's affected so many people's lives. And I can honestly say my life would be extremely different without the influence of Dragon Ball in it. There's not really much more I can say beyond thank you, Akira Toriyama. Rest well. You will not be forgotten anytime soon. Oh, that was a rough one. Okay, I should be ending stream. It is past midnight for me. Thank you all for sticking around. Thanks for liking the stream, those who did. I'm gonna go get some more liquids. Have a good night, everybody. I will see you all next time, hopefully. And remember, if you can't be the sharpest tool in the shed, you can always be the hoe. Night, everybody.